Good afternoon. Actually, still morning for the next 12 minutes. Good morning, everybody. Hope everyone's having a solid Thursday so far. Unfortunately, not Friday yet, but you know. At least it's, at least the week's over half over. Good day, exactly. Don't worry, I will refrain from using my worst possible Australian accent throughout today's stream. But, if we have any, if I get Australian approval, then I'll give a solid good day. If I get the official Australian good day pass. Anyway, hope everyone's having a solid day so far. As you can tell, we are playing the new HOI4 DLC that is releasing, I think it's today, it might be tomorrow. Let me triple check that one. Maybe quadruple check that one. Let me see here. When is it actually releasing? Videos and live streams can start at 11 a.m. Good day to the world which we're going to conquer. I don't know if I'll go that far. I don't think I'm built like that, but hey, I'll give it a shot. While I'm looking that up, I'll give a good morning/afternoon to Failord, Killorn, Luke, and Duke Nickel. Good morning/afternoon, everybody. Let me see here. This releases in less than an hour. What do you know? DLC coming out literally in an hour. Crazy how that works. Well, I might as well get started then. As you can tell by the title of today's stream, we are going to be playing the communist path for Australia. Oh, and of course I did get myself a little hat for the occasion. Couldn't find one that was like facing forward and actually looked pretty good. So what we have instead is this. And it'll have to do for today's stream, I think. It's just, it is what it is. Thought you were just gonna make felt hats? Well, I mean, we can probably do that. Playing Communist Australia. I'm sure we can make a few hats. I did do a little test run here just to figure out how this whole system works, so I don't embarrass myself too much. But we know that's gonna happen anyway. Now, I do like the new system they have here for selecting the different areas. Tells you like which countries you haven't played yet. This is actually okay. So they may be exposing me a little bit when it says countries I haven't played yet. They are absolutely correct. I have not played France, the United States, the United Kingdom, the German Reich, Italy, or the Soviet Union. That is true. I will probably not play them. I'm sorry. This is not going to happen. I'm sorry, but I like playing the small countries too much. It is what it is. Give me HOI4 without the HOI. Give me my Australian economy simulator in 1936. I'll take it. Also, we are going to go with we're going to go with historical AI focuses. Now, do I want to go Iron Man? Are there any achievements? I suppose they wouldn't even be out yet, would they? I guess there's a hidden achievement in HOI4? That's not real. Let me take a look at this. That can't be real. A hidden achievement. It's probably... What is this? Oh, it's the Wojtek one. Or the... Actually, how do you pronounce it? Like, Wojtek? I don't speak Polish. I don't know. That's crazy. Anyway, there actually are some Australia achievements. Let me double check. Maybe they're worth picking up. Occupy Gallipoli as Australia? Okay. As Australia own all core territory of Hungary? Possible, I suppose. As Australia use a nuclear bomb on core Australian territory. This is peak. That's crazy. Oh man, Australia. Glad they added a new focus tree for Australia. I actually am very glad. I'm not gonna go Iron Man mode because I suck at this game. That's just how it is, actually. I actually do like the fact that they added the Australia tree, but specifically because it gives me hope that they may, at some point in the future, give us a Canada tree. Now, are they really gonna do this? Probably not. Straight up, I just don't think that they're going to. At least not in the next, like, year and a half. But it allows me to cope a little bit. Because while I don't play that much HOI4 these days, I am on the record saying that if they do add a new Canada focus tree, then I will come back to it and play at least a little bit. I also have a bunch of new stuff that I have no idea what's going on with. So, for example, we have like the Army HQ. I have no idea what the hell this is. I don't know how any of this works. I haven't played HOI4 seriously in like a year and a half, 2 years. Economy simulator, but the only major you've played is Japan. Okay, I think the actual the thing that says oh, you've played this country or whatnot is not entirely true, because I have actually played I've done a full run as done a few runs as Germany, actually, just not with like the newest focus tree, which is I think why it said that I haven't played it, because I haven't played this focus tree, but I have played Germany. I've played Germany several times, and I've also played France before. So I don't even know why it told me that I haven't played France. I definitely have. Italy, I played a little bit of. They were actually my first country, because, you know, tutorial stuff. And I played them again non-tutorial. That was so long ago, I don't even think they registered that. So I have actually played them, just not like in a serious capacity recently. But it is true that I've not played the United States. That is actually true. I've just never done it. Or maybe the United Kingdom. Don't think I've played them either. Or the Soviets. That's true. And I played like 3 hours of Japan when they released the last DLC, and then I realized that I absolutely suck at this game. So maybe I won't be as bad if I play a country that's smaller, right? Surely. Surely. Okay, so obviously we're going with the communist path today in Australia, right? And it isn't like the largest path out there, but it does have some stuff in it. It does have like a decent bit to it. This is actually an interesting mechanic down here. Once you go through and do all these things, at the very least, it's not just like, okay, here's 7 focuses and now you're communist and then you join the Comintern. You know, like at least there's stuff in here that's kind of interesting. So the first thing we're going to do is we're just going to start with this. Against War and Fascism. The Australian branch of the Comintern-sponsored international effort to mobilize workers against reactionary forces. So we're going to get this one event that's going to have Britain try to pressure us into being democratic, but we're going to be communist anyway, so that's kind of too bad. Faction stuff, I never really figured out how any of this stuff works, but we'll just go with this. I think we'd like to stay in the Allies for a while to take advantage of the tech sharing, but after that, I don't know. We'll see about that. Oops, right, it's not C in HOI4, it's Enter. Okay, I think we've done pretty much everything we need to do. It's not like super complex or anything, but it is, at least you have like something to do at the start. Did Australia have East Timor in 1936? Isn't that, yeah, it's owned by Portugal, actually. I hope they'll give us a real French tree before, but Canada's second, please. Okay, hear me out. France-focused DLC, but that includes Canada by proximity, because technically, Francophone country. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. All right, with that done, we've narrowed down the focus tree a little bit here. So we have actually some interesting paths here, or some interesting checks with Australia. Check your modifiers first. We don't really have too much. It's what you kind of expect. The Great Depression, Citizen Army. We cannot decline the call of the war, so we need to fix this as well. And then we have reduced population growth. So what we need to do is fix that as well. That's a big thing we need to fix. And then you can actually get a decent bit of population as Australia. So we get the, we remove the minus 10%. Then we can get plus 2%. And then we can get ourselves another plus 2%. And then we can get ourselves, where is it? I think there's more. Maybe not, but you do get free weekly manpower, which is kind of neat. But yeah, there's a big thing with getting a lot more population as Australia. Weekly manpower stuff. Throw that on with the Portrait of Marx, and you can get like... what is that, like 350, and then you can get another 500 off that? There's like 850... oh no, you can get more. You can get like 950 manpower per... is it a week or month? I don't even know, but you can get a decent bit. But for now, we have something to worry about, which is the Veterans Revolt. So, we're trying to build support for a communist government, but if this revolt pops up, then we're going to have a civil war. Now, we don't really want the civil war. That's, you know, that's not great or anything, but I don't think it's the end of the world either. We just don't really want it to happen. So what we're going to do is pick up this guy. He's pretty important because he's going to give us political advisor cost minus 50% and a little bit of daily communism support. And hello everybody. welcome in, raiders. Thank you so much for the raid. This is actually incredibly embarrassing for me. This is embarrassing for me because every time I have ever read your name, I never know how to pronounce it. The V throws me off. Savinka, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Whatever you say, do not... okay, yeah, that's the thing. I was thinking, like, is the V supposed to be a U? Thank you very much for the raid. I like your hat, thank you. So, I'm feeling awfully Australian today. Lots of people also just say CV. Ah, gotcha. Welcome in, raiders. You've caught us at the perfect time because we've just started our little Australia run today. As you can tell from the title, we are going to be going down the communist path. Now please, do not expect much from me, okay? I'm not a very good HOI4 player. Do I have 1,000 hours in the game? Yes. Do I know what I'm doing? No. Is this the new DLC? It is. I think it's coming out in less than an hour, actually. I think so. It's the DLC that gives some content for... I mean, they have like a slight New Zealand rework thing going on. Not much. And of course we have the Australia content and the Dutch East Indies. It's gotten a whole bunch of stuff. Ooh, they're kind of like the Belgian Congo. Interesting. That makes sense. And then we have stuff for Siam. So finally there's actually content for like everybody down here except for British Malaya. RIP. That's okay. I don't think anybody's too upset by British Malaya not having that much stuff. Let's see. Okay, so we do have two more things here. One, we do want to get the stuff over here so we can send volunteers over to Republican Spain, but they don't exist yet, so we don't have to worry too much. We'll pick this up first, and then we really want ourselves to grab this guy. Yeah, because he makes the rest of the political advisors cheaper, and he gives us more communism support. Played the new DLC for Stellaris with the Nomads, was pretty fun. I'm actually working on a video for that. For the first time, like ever, working on an actual Stellaris video. It is fairly interesting. As somebody who absolutely sucks at Stellaris, I think I'm actually not doing too bad with it. It's like a completely different playstyle. What else do I want here? I actually kind of want as much communism support as possible. Because we really need to have above 50% by the time this time's out. So we will pick this guy up for the stability as well. That part's important. And then we would like the political power guy for now, and then we'll swap out for research speed later. Do Stellaris around here? Maybe not around here so much. I think I did mention that it's going to be my second ever actual Stellaris video, but I might play some more in the future. It's a game that I've really tried to get into and then failed every single time pretty consistently. But I kind of blame the fact that we're on Stellaris 4.0 at this point. I'm not really keeping up that well. Reminds me of CK3 Adventures. I had the exact same feeling. As soon as I saw that it was releasing, and minor spoiler alert, you get to try and become the Khanate, I was thinking, okay. So it's basically just a combination of the CK3 DLCs. The Steps DLC and the ability to play landless. Really good for some Stellaris RP. Spain's still stable? Okay, we'll pick up a different one then. Actually don't know if I want to pick up any of these yet. I might just want to speedrun these. Oh yeah, I want to speedrun that. I want a research slot, of course. Remember when we had like 4 options for engines in Stellaris?
Good to go.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I have like 300 hours in Stellaris, so not really. How many options do we have now? Is it not 4 anymore? Well, honestly, I was never really big into the whole shipbuilding system either. I'm like that kind of noob. Genuinely just no idea what's going on with the ship designer either. But everyone says that it really sucks to play with the default stuff, like the automated things. So I tried, just not successfully. Now, do I want concentrated industry or dispersed? Let me see here. I feel like we're not going to get bombed that much. Probably. So I think I could get away with concentrated. Probably. Wait, dockyard output's the same? You know what? No, I'm gonna go with dispersed. I lied. Yeah, we are we're far away from everything. That is true. But at the same time, I figure, actually, I do like the bonus from, like, swapping around my equipment and keeping the retained stuff. What kind of Australia we're going for? We're going communist Australia. Now, we do still have ourselves the historical focuses on. But I don't think I'm going to join the Comintern. I might help them, though. Maybe. Now what else do we want? Probably... we want world peace at some point, because we want to send stuff to Spain. But for now, what we're going to do is organize a strike. This is not a great thing to have. Oh, actually, no. I know what I need to do. 35 days on this, because organizing a strike takes 25 days. So you wait the first 10 days, and then you go ahead and organize the strike. So that it lines up well. Close enough. Full House content creator achievement for making videos of every Paradox game. That's what I'm going for. I tried to tell myself, hey, I'm gonna play some of the other games this year, so I have a few Vic 3 videos in the backlog. Kind of just waiting to see what happens with the U5 at this point. Although I hear that the beta was pretty decent. So I'm thinking at some point I probably will do a stream on it. I'm just kind of rushing to get that Stellaris video done. Okay, World Peace. We have our strike, so we can actually use these focuses. Every time that we pick one of these focuses, we need to do another strike to try and get another focus. So there are a few things in here that I would like, and then after we go communist, we can pick the rest of them up. So I think we're going to go with the research slot. It's a really nice one to pick up first. And then after that, it would be cool to grab maybe civilian factories. We would also like stability. Whenever we can get stability, that's important. Because if we ever get to below 40%, we are cooked. And that is not good. I can't wait for Corbet's Lamplighters League video. I'll be one of 40 people playing Lamplighters League. Well, honestly, I can't really say that when I was one of the few people who actually did enjoy Millennia. I kind of did like Millennia. And I understand why other people didn't like it, but I did, goddammit. And they stopped supporting it for a very solid reason. That's because nobody played it. But I kind of liked it. I liked the funky ages they had going on. No, Corbett hasn't played March of the Eagles. Actually, that is not true. We can tell Tenshi actually fake Corbett fan. Because 3 years ago, I'm pretty sure I did one March of the Eagles stream. You don't know one niche Corbett stream from 3 years ago? Literally fake fan. Yeah, I think I want to pick up the industrial research speed and the stability. It's actually 2 years ago. Hey, I mean, close enough. Okay, so chat, I'm gonna need your help when it comes to naval because I don't play this game. And while I can claim to kind of understand naval combat, I would be lying through my teeth. Well, that's not necessarily true. I do somewhat understand naval combat, maybe, but not what I'm supposed to actually build. Oh shoot, I need to do another strike. I don't have the political power for that. Oh, well, this gives me communism. It does increase the imperial pressure, but it's not that bad. We'll take it. Well... did the Civil War kick off yet? Yeah, okay, hold on. I need to send you things. Volunteers. I don't have very good on volunteers, but... I need to send... 3. Okay. Four carriers, spam light damage cruisers, and super cheap destroyers? Really? That's so counterintuitive. I mean, if you say so. Alright, Spain. I need to send you volunteers. Do I have air volunteers? Maybe. I have 24 planes. Screw it, they're going to Spain. Yeah, sure. They will die, but I will get some valuable experience. Let's see, what's next on this? Okay. Well, I guess I can send volunteers to other people too. Okay. Well, I think what we're gonna do is just pick this up for now. We need enough political power to do other things. Carriers sink battleships, and you only need light attack for enemy screens. Battleships cost too much. That was the meta 2 years ago, but I doubt it has changed that much. Yeah, I mean, that kind of makes sense. Carriers were a big thing. So were battleships. Alright, that's gonna take a while. We might actually be able to complete this a lot faster than the last time I tried. Maybe I just messed up really badly last time I tried this. Anyway, we're not going to do too much. We're going to have us stand... Whoa. What is that funky little line? Oh, this is the HQ. It's an actual unit. Uh-oh. New things in a game I don't play? Might actually be over for us. Well, these guys, these poor lads, under-equipped. It's literally just a bunch of dudes. That's okay, they'll be fine. They're just gonna stand in the mountains. They'll be okay. Okay, let's wait a little bit. Do our strike. They are dudes with cool hats, that is true. Not sure if that's going to save the day here. Let's see, maybe we can put up a little defense over here, actually. Maybe we can do a little something. There you go, lads. A second HQ guy down here. I'm gonna have to learn this mechanic, aren't I? Okay, so I should actually be spamming cruisers, and I need to start working on carriers, I guess. I don't know how much industrial capacity I'm gonna be able to harness as Australia to make carriers, but hey, I'll give it a shot. We just need to get that magical communism tech. The magical 5 research slot communism tech. Alright, these guys do need to continue with this, actually. What else do we want? More industrial research. Really? The allies are going down concentrated? Ah, shoot. Maybe I should go down concentrated. Now I feel stupid. I could get such a big buff from that. I didn't realize literally everybody was gonna go down concentrated. Inefficiency in my HOI4 playthrough. Unsubscribed, stopped watching. Literally unwatchable. Shoot. Okay, you know what? We'll pick this up for now, but once this is done, I might actually... There's not even a point in... I'll just swap it now. No, screw it. I've made my decision, I'm sticking to it. Yeah, we'll do that too, I guess. Okay. Communism is not spreading as quickly as I would like it to. That's okay. Oh, I'm dumb. I should have organized a strike. Shoot, what is that, 35 days? Okay. Actually, isn't that? No, it's 70 days. That's 35 days. It's not the end of the world if we do a couple other focuses in the meantime, but... do I get dockyards? I do get dockyards. You know what? I'm gonna do this for 10 days. And then I'm gonna click the button. There we go, 10 days. We click this. Yeah, screw it. You know what? I'm sticking to my guns here. I'm gonna point at the allies and say, all of you are wrong, actually. Gotta go watch a March of the Eagles video so I can call myself a fan again. It's not a video, it's a stream, but man, that was actually brutal. I did not much enjoy playing March of the Eagles. Okay, we have our strike. Let's pick up something else. I would actually like the stability increase. Actually, minus 10% consumer goods factories factor. That first 10% is the most impactful. Oh, we have the Great Depression. Never mind. I mean, it's still really important, but it's either going to be this or it's going to be this. Even though I do like the civvies, I do like little civ factories, but you know what? You know what? Yeah, we'll take the civ factories. Actually, I lied. Okay, how are we doing over here, actually? Not well, but we are kind of holding the line a little bit. Well, we're getting XP. That's the thing that matters the most. Oh, actually, I think we can just go communist. I think we can do that, like, right now. Wait a minute. We don't have to be doing these strikes. We can just go communist, and then we don't have to strike to get these done. And then that would save me the 50 political power of doing these strikes. And I can use that on things that matter. Like going to partial mob. How much political power is it for the thing I want, though? 75. Okay. Yeah, so we can just go... unless I can get something for easier. Hold on. I just need 5.6%. Is there anywhere I can get 5.6%? Actually, yeah. Okay, that's not that hard then. So 50 political points. We can do that. Okay, maybe I'm not researching subs. Maybe that's dumb. So you said cheap destroyers? What constitutes a cheap destroyer? Literally just throwing guns on it, that's it? We should probably get started on carriers too. Okay, we're now above 50% communist. There we go. Oh, right, I forgot the anarchists rise up. always fascinated me that the anarchists are non-aligned. But I guess it makes sense when you consider the way that HOI4 considers its ideologies. They're less so actual ideologies and more like general faction vibes, and the anarchists are definitely not joining the Comintern. At least I don't think they do. Which one of you is the anarchist? This one? Yeah, I don't think you guys are joining the Comintern. Alright, that's done. It's time for us to do the pig iron protests. Also, can I send a little attaché? Is it worth sending Spain an attaché, or just do I send one to China, maybe? I also have not played in China at all with the last DLC, so I have no idea what's going on here anymore. Well, let's wait a little bit. Let's not spend any political power right now. Because I would like to go partial mobilization. A lot more factories to be building. Let's see. What else do we want to pick up here? I think for our army, our main doctrine is going to be Marines. Marines with artillery. And maybe some anti-air just so that we can pierce through the paper armor on the Japanese tanks. I'm kind of assuming here that we're going to be island hopping, but it's probably best to go after Japan first. I don't know if I'm trying to go after the allies immediately. That seems like a huge pain. Especially when, doesn't Japan have a focus to drag me into the war anyway? Or am I crazy? It's a little bit further down. Maybe that won't happen. I don't know. Well, anyway, we'll get started on the Marines, and then maybe some Rangers as well. I feel like Marines for naval invasions, and then if I happen to be able to swap them, then I think Rangers would do really well in the jungles. But we'll just pick up Marines for now. I think we're actually losing communist support. It's kind of funny. Spanish gold reserves. Imperial Spanish victory would be payment enough. What? No, I'm definitely stealing the gold. I'm taking it. Okay, so cheap destroyers, you say. Basic destroyers. Okay. So what about this? What makes this as cheap as possible? We need torpedoes? Maybe radar/sonar? What if we just pretend that submarines don't exist? Are the Japanese building submarines? I feel like they're not. So what if we just... What if we just get... What's even best here? More torpedo launchers. More. And then maybe a very small amount of AA. probably do it, right? When will you try Equestria War, though? I don't know about that one. I don't know. Also, Mord's Dock is such a funny name for a company. Pretending that submarines don't exist didn't go very well for the Allies. Well, listen. Does Japan build subs in a way that's meaningful and actually matters? What do you have? An unknown number of submarines. Shoot, they might actually have subs. How am I supposed to make cheap destroyers, though? Carrier AA is mostly enough to counter AI naval planes. They don't build a lot. Okay, but I mean, we have this whole slot for AA. We might as well slap it in there. At the very least, get the one that's like 80 cost. But also, these destroyers are gonna suck. What do I even have here? 2 big boy ships, and then what is that, 8 screens? 7 screens? Well, that won't do. Actually, wait, what's the difference between a destroyer and a cruiser? Cruiser just a bigger destroyer? Or is a cruiser one of... Wait, what's this? It's a heavy cruiser. Different. Okay. These are the basic cruisers. You focus light attacks on cruisers. So torpedoes on destroyers, light attack on cruisers. Okay, so I was kind of cooking with the torpedo launchers, I think. There's more torpedo launchers. Now, do I care about the depth charge rails? Maybe, because I'm not going to put anti-submarine on anything else. So you know what? Maybe I will just slap it on these basic, very mid destroyers. Just stack torpedoes and pray, and that's kind of how it is. I'll give them basic anti-air to make them slightly cheaper. Do I even need these engines? It genuinely makes almost no difference. I'll just keep them. Alright. Cheap, basic destroyer. That'll have to do. And we're gonna put like one of these on there because we have like no naval factories. Okay, next. That will happen at some point. We're doing that. These are just like temporary buffs until I can get the Quen gun or the Owen gun. Okay, so obviously we are going to need these small airframes. But when it comes to actually having planes in a location and, you know, not on a ship, I think we're looking for the medium fighters. I feel like that's kind of the vibe, just based on how open the area is. So maybe we're going to research a couple medium airframes, build a couple medium fighters, then if we have the industry, carriers, and we put the light carrier aircraft on them. I don't know, I'm just spitballing at this point. Maybe. Maybe I'm a bit too overconfident considering what my industry looks like. There we go. We should become communist. There we are. The Dalfram dispute began as a dispute over the loading of pig iron has ignited something far greater. Workers across Australia are walking off the job in solidarity, defying both government and industry. That's crazy. The government resigns, and the Communist Party of Australia takes over. There we go. We have our stability. We don't have to worry about the veterans' revolt, so we are straight chillin'. I think at this point we just have to do a whole bunch of these other focuses. So we do want to reduce the consumer goods factories. Let's actually do that first. At some point we are going to want more pop growth as well, but that'll be a little bit later. Such a funny thing to say when we're talking about HOI4, focus on pop growth. But it is an entire section of our tree. Let's see, do I need any resources? Not yet, okay. Let's go ahead and focus on other big things that are useful. We do kind of want sonar, right? Let us detect submarines, maybe? You know, we'll pick up basic fire control right now. We'll throw that on a couple of our ships. Pretty solid flag too. I do like that it isn't very basic default communist flag. It feels like it has character, you know? It's one of the things that's kind of annoying about, in particular, Victoria 3, is that the communist flags feel very uninspired. Like half of them, at least. Some of them are alright, but a lot of them feel very generic and uninspired. And yeah, some people have said like, oh, well, it's kind of historical, because a lot of the communist flags were actually kind of boring when they were made. And sure, that's kind of true, but I kind of want my LARP flags, actually. I think we can apply the rule of cool for that one. Oh yeah, how are these volunteers doing? I have not looked at these in a hot minute. Still getting me a whole bunch of army XP. Hey, we take that. You know what I forgot to do, though? Wait, do I not have any ships? Or sorry, planes? No, I do. Shoot. Yeah, this is embarrassing. You're actually supposed to be here. Doing air superiority. So I did lend you my air wings. Are we actually going to move them, though? That is the question. Maybe not. Pretty sure I did send you the air wings. Also, let's not forget to do this. Okay, volunteers are cool, but we don't care that much right now. Did I not give you the air wings? I feel like I did. Yeah, they're volunteers. Do I need to designate you as volunteers? Maybe? Create air group? Is that what I have to do? Oh, I can only put them in specific bases. Well, now I'm just confused, but hey, we'll take it, I guess. Oh, that's the British Gibraltar base, right. Well, hey, you know what? If I can work from there, then I'll take it. Usually only have to move them to their air bases. Well, I mean, these are the ones. Like, I'm just not allowed to move them here. It's kind of weird. Whatever. We'll just do support from Gibraltar, I suppose. Assuming, of course, I am actually allowed to do that. Which I might not be allowed to do. Why can I not move my planes? That's weird. Okay, well, you know what, whatever. I'm gonna pick up radio, because I do actually want the... I think I want the healthcare company. Maybe? Sorry for being late, but I nobly slew a bot in the Discord. Oh, is that what all those pings are? It's kind of rare these days. You know, like all the bots that make their way into the Discord are actually bots that have already been in the Discord, but people are getting their accounts compromised. Because I'm pretty sure we've been fairly effective with the new anti-bot system. That one was a new account? No, say it ain't so. Is it the one that joined? Yeah, it's the one that joined, I think, literally today, maybe. Oh, shoot. Maybe my bot filter isn't working as much as I'd like it to. Well, anyway. I'm trying to imagine how a bot would get past that, but only best not to think too hard about it. Alright, we're gonna build one of these, at the very least. Well, you know what, we might as well build another 4 of them. Get a couple screens in there. We'll reduce the convoys to 2. Still trying to figure out why I can't actually use these planes. I don't understand. Gotta be something I'm missing here. You're in Gibraltar, sure. We have air volunteers. Right. Can I only send so many volunteers? Is there like a, oh, actually, you can only send 10 planes or something? Is that an issue that I'm not understanding? HOI4, send air volunteers. I'm getting one from 7 years ago. No, the new system. I need the new system. How does it work? Number of planes that can be sent as volunteers is 20 per 100. Okay, so because we have pretty much no planes, we cannot send our planes. Okay, apparently that's how that works. So because we don't have any extra planes, we cannot send the planes over. Reasonable, I suppose. Alright, what do we want next? Probably some XP. XP or... We do like that ideological loyalty for the weekly manpower. That is true. Maybe I picked this up because I actually don't have a very large population as Australia. Even though I'm kind of a big fan of Tip of the Spear. The Special Forces cap and the Marines, like the half-cost design. I am a big fan of that. Off. Screw it. Yeah, we'll get the portrait of Marx. It's fine. Okay, I don't really know if I care that much about this stuff. Sure. What a disgusting flag. What? Not vibing with the kangaroo and the star? I think it has some character. Alright, we're gonna want engines for sure. I think I'm just gonna stack the medium aircraft designer. I also don't know if I'm gonna have access to the Commonwealth one. Yeah, whatever, we'll do that. Okay, we should make things other than infantry equipment. We should build some trains. We should build some artillery. We should build a little bit of anti-air at some point or another. This should go to the top probably. We should get trucks. That's going to be big for us. We're going to need those. We're probably going to want this, and maybe that. Okay. You know what? Maybe we will pick this up for the weekly manpower just for now, so I can, like, bounce between focuses. Also build that for extra iron. Do I need extra iron? Kind of. But if I want extra iron, I'm gonna do it through this first. As for everything else, I would like to pick up probably a navy guy. Ooh, extra experience. I do like that, and then we'll pick this guy up later. The naval air stuff from carriers. But for now, we're going to pick this guy up. Ooh, I definitely want the Genius Air Reformer. That guy's kind of goated. Alright, volunteers, how you doing? Not great, but we're still holding, and most importantly, we are getting some Army XP. Okay, we are at our best carrier tech right now. What else do I want to pick up? We can go a little early on the computing machine, that's fine. It might be a good idea to figure out what these command units are. What they do. Probably a good idea at some point. So what do we want on the medium planes? Well, we are going to have heavy fighters. It's going to be one of our main things. So we want agility on fighters. Our heavies are probably not going to be the ground attack ones. Production efficiency is decent. Do that too. Do that too. That's for transports, never mind. Production costs on all mediums. Okay, we'll go with that for now. Research speeds are suboptimal. Really? Can't be that bad, can it? Well, don't we also want to research them so that we can get the fire control? Or does this not matter at all? It does actually feel weirdly expensive. Like, there's no reason to throw these on the destroyers. What about these ones? Like, I could see this being useful on the carriers, maybe. The carrier AA. And maybe for the cruisers. Forgot you're doing naval Australia? Yeah, well, if we're going communist Australia, then we kind of have to go naval, don't we? Unless I'm joining the Comintern. We're kind of doing everything Australia. I might try doing everything and then fail because I have not focused on anything, and then lose the game. I think that's a really good idea. Okay, we just finished that focus. We're going to swap back to one of these ones. I do like this for the consumer goods reduction, stability, we get civ factories. Big fan. Really don't understand the HQ mechanic. What does it do? I don't know. Yeah, I actually have no clue whatsoever what it does. Also, this is not good. I'm gonna need you to move. We're gonna get you to move too. Right, we do get the ability to take a new focus for the new deal. I think it grants citizenship to the Aboriginal people in Australia. I think that's what it does. Well, it depends on which of these we go for. Either immediate rights or we get the Department of Affairs. Infantry equipment, we will take that. I think we'll be fine if we reduce the production efficiency gain. We're going with a small elite army, that's the idea here. Now that we have 200, we're going to go for... Yeah, we don't need the manpower yet. I'll go with the air reformer. This guy is huge. 0.4 air experience and plus 15%. I need to know the story behind this guy in real life. Okay, what else do we want? I'm kind of feeling field hospital, personally speaking. I don't know how people feel about that, but it just makes sense to me as Australia. A recruitable population isn't really that high, so I figure we're kind of cooked if we don't take it. Somewhere along the line, I wouldn't mind picking up light tanks just for the flamethrower tanks as well. I think I don't think it really matters too much how good your light tanks are when it comes to having the flamethrowers, right? Like, they don't really matter. I think so long as you get, like, the world's most basic tanks and you give them a flamethrower, then you're good to go. Field hospitals are OP? Okay. Really? Because sometimes I hear people say, like, you really don't need them. They're not a big deal, but maybe they were buffed. I don't think I'm going to go with the automotive manufacturer. I'm not really feeling mechanized this run. Oh wow, we actually did that encirclement. Nice. Is it the Portuguese fighting against us? In Germany? No, that makes sense. Or said it was the Australia commander at Torbrook. Now, if only I knew where Torbrook is. A strategic port city on Libya's eastern Mediterranean coast. What was bro doing in Libya? The rats of Torbrook were soldiers of the Australian-led Allied garrison. I guess that's what he was doing. Fighting the Axis? I guess so, that makes sense. I don't know why it never really registered to me that the Australians were fighting in North Africa. I guess it makes sense, you know, you just gotta like sail over up to the Suez and then get off in Egypt. Okay, it is 1938, but we're not really gonna go to war for quite some time. So I'm not sure if I need to build mills / naval dockyards until maybe... I don't know. Probably not until we finish this. We can get an extra research slot, go through all of these. Whenever you start this focus, you kind of have to do all of them at the same time. Because as soon as you start abolishing private property, then you get minus 30% factory and dockyard output. But also, if you finish this focus, then all of these other focuses get locked. So what you have to do, if you really want to pick up all of these, and I feel like you kind of do, maybe you can do without this one, because I feel like you're going to reach the production efficiency cap pretty quickly, so maybe you don't really need this one, but yeah, the rest of these you do want to pick up for sure, like the research speed, monthly population, look at that, 30% monthly population, 10% recruitable factor. The resource gain, like this is all really good stuff. Maybe not this one, this one's okay. But the rest of this is good, so we're probably not going to go to war until we at least finish these. So we're going to keep on building civs for now, I think. What else do I want? Do I need excavation? I probably should pick it up, because I think relatively soon we're going to run out of steel. Maybe I'll wait for 50% on that. We are getting kind of close to being able to pick up the next gun, and we do kind of want that. So maybe we'll research this. Oh, also, me when I forget to swap who's building what. Oh, never mind, you already have the company assigned. Okay, perfect. Also, out of fuel. Didn't you all dock? You should be fine. Oh, I have literally 0 oil. Yeah, that is true. That is the main problem. Like, I'm gaining fuel, but I think it's just, like, weirdly passive fuel gain. Okay, now, do I bite the bullet on this one? Maybe. Actually, it's 1938. It's probably a good idea to ratify Westminster immediately. I guess I could go down here and just leave the Allies, but I like my tech research. I like my research speed. Well, it's only 38. Should have at least a year before the war kicks off, right? So maybe what I'll do is pick up the monthly population increase. I am curious to see just how much pop growth you can get, or how much manpower growth you can get as Australia. I feel like you could reasonably get at least 1,000 manpower per week. Also, should I pick one of these up yet? Probably not. You could get mill factories out of it, but... it's not a big deal. What do we get here? Marines, Doctrine Reduction. Sure. Support Company. Northern Territory Reconnaissance Unit, okay. Recruitable Pop, sure. Weekly manpower, non-core manpower. Sure. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go New Deal, immediate rights. That gives us a lot more monthly population and manpower. Yeah, that's much better. Do this, then ratify Westminster. And then I think we'll go down all of these. I'll just refuse the call to arms for the allies, and then eventually I'll just, once I'm done with this, I'll just go ahead and leave the allies. I think that's a good plan. No, Iceland can get some goofy manpower because they get 30% non-core. I actually forgot they gave Iceland a focus tree. I've never played it. Let's see, what do you get here? You could just bring 10,000 people into Iceland. Nice. Actually, no, I'm pretty sure I did play Communist Iceland. Isn't there an achievement for that? Yeah, I did it. I actually did do that achievement. The Brexit one. As Communist Iceland to make Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland rise up against the UK. I actually have that achievement. I remember it was incredibly boring. Okay, other naval stuff to pick up. It feels weird picking up naval things when I know I'm not going to build ships for a while because I have absolutely no industry. How's New Zealand doing? They're just kind of chilling. I'm not actually sure how we get... Oh, that's how we do it, okay. So we unlock Union Control Decisions, allows communist infiltration of New Zealand, Malaysia, Burma, and ultimately India. That's crazy. Already improving your steel supply, right? Not yet. But I will be. Right now, I'm kind of focusing on trying to reform the army a little bit. You know what? I might pick up the org increase. Yeah. So now that I've gone through and used my political power on all of these, then I think I'm going to start using it on these two. Now, what else do we want for our heavy fighters? We want good guns on these heavy fighters. Expecting a lot from Iceland. Oh no! Spain has capitulated. We're gonna get our volunteers back. But hey, they did give us a whole lot of XP. We'll take it. Speaking of XP, hello China. I think I'd like to give you an attaché, if you're okay with that. There we go, immediate rights. Ratify Westminster. Yeah, it's not super important right now, but it will be, and we're going to be locked into the next few focuses. Half a year on that. We might as well pick that up. It's 50% cheaper. Actually, it's not 50% cheaper. 50% faster, right? So it's like 33% cheaper? What else to pick up? Eventually we will get the small frames. But if we want to start making some half-decent planes, what we're going to need is probably range improvements. Just because the Pacific is massive. And then I do like to pick up survivability studies for these self-sealing fuel tanks. And that might be it for now while we build the heavy planes, and then eventually when we build the actual carriers, that's when we're also going to pick up the light planes. Or the carrier planes with like the torpedoes and stuff like that. Now, as I said, we are going to start down this path. We remove the Great Depression, that's great, but then we get minus 30% factory output and dockyard output until we finish all of these focuses. So, it's going to be a little bit painful. Also, with my political power, I guess we have to pick either attaché to China or swap out some of these guys. The stability and daily communism support, that's cool, but I think I actually want the 7.5% research speed. Yeah, I think I want this a lot more than I want this. And then we'll get the attaché to China. Let's see what else to pick up here. Probably improved torpedoes for our escort ships. And then when it comes to, what are these, the cruisers? These are the ones we stack a light on, right? Light attack. So maybe we only go down the light path. Maybe we don't really build heavy batteries. Pick this up at least. And then, yeah, a lot of the actual factories we're going to be building are going to be the naval dockyards. Justification of war, how could they? Who could have seen this one coming? China is not looking too hot. I send you volunteers, actually. No. Right, that's because I would have to do this focus. I don't think there's much my volunteers are doing against the Japanese right now. Okay, we have finished our destroyers here, the cheap basic destroyers. Out of curiosity, how long does it take to actually build a cruiser? Right now we just have the converted battleships. Not a cruiser, you know what I mean. Carrier. 8,426. Damn. Is it worth picking up the cruiser armor? 15% increased cost? That's massive for the 5% HP. I mean, it does give us armor. $15% though? Okay, I mean, so how does the piercing work on these ships? So there's heavy piercing and there's light piercing. 8 armor is gonna fold under the lowest amount of pressure, isn't it? I can't imagine that heavy or light piercing is particularly difficult to get. But I feel like any armor we can apply is just gonna fold. It's gonna crumble. And besides, these guys aren't even meant to take hits. That's what the screens are meant to deal with. This is probably a fine carrier. Out of curiosity, how cooked is it to try and build this thing though? 8,239 production costs. Let's put that in the back pocket for a second. How much is something else? The basic destroyer is 1150. Okay, and if I want to build one of these, with what I have right now, it's going to take me a few months. We are cooked. Yeah, we're absolutely cooked. Why am I trying to build carriers? As Australia? I have no idea. Oh wait, this is the actual good carrier, the basic one. I wasn't even using the right one. Oh shoot. More deck size. Dual purpose secondary. Let's just get anti-air on the actual carriers. Just stack it with anti-air. As much deck space as possible and then anti-air. As for the armor, we're not putting armor on this thing. Out of curiosity, before I waste a ridiculous amount of Navy experience, when is the next carrier here? Dude, I'm just gonna wait for the next carrier. What am I doing? I'm not gonna build that thing yet. I will actually build more of these cheap destroyers though. Well, more of them, and I might actually change the template. I might have gotten something better. Maybe. Do I have the better torpedoes? No, not yet. Those aren't for a little bit. Okay. Maybe I should also make an agency right now. Maybe. Yeah, I can spare the civs for it at this point. Only 30 days. Sure. You did build one IRL? Yeah, but I'm not as competent as IRL naval planners. Do I just rush this? It's only 0.27 years ahead of time. Special project ice aircraft carrier, what? The huh? Screw it, I'm gonna rush this. Okay, we have ourselves our little intelligence agency. Very nice. Not entirely sure what I'm gonna do with that, except for spy on Japan. I feel like we would actually get our own agency. Oh, okay, if you have an agency, then you get a random upgrade. That's cool, I guess. We'll grab these two. Abolition of private property. Okay, now for us to do these, we need to actually click that little button here. Begin nationalization. This is going to be extremely painful. But we need to do it if we want to do any of these, starting with the research, of course. To be clear, a Pykrete aircraft carrier is maximum silly? What exactly is Pykrete? Oh, also, attaché to China. Won't accept? Why didn't you just tell me that here? Okay, fine. Pykrete is very tough, less melty ice. Wood, dust, and water mixed together and frozen. What? And they want to make carriers out of this stuff? Okay, we definitely want the better artillery too. No enemy cipher being deciphered. Well, screw it. I think the first place we're going after is probably Japan. Is that even wise? I don't know. Okay, well, my first infiltrations are against New Zealand, Malaysia, Burma, and India. And then Indonesia and the Philippines. And then I guess we sort of force them to rise up. Then we get the Northern Ireland Uprising. Based? That's so funny. Okay, interesting. That's neat. Chinese relations, sure. Then we can join the Chinese Soviet Republic against China, sure. And then we can just puppet the United Kingdom and liberate the colonies. Oh, okay. We can get the Liverpool dock workers to rise up. Claims on the Japanese home isles. There's so much to unpack here. Okay, so I think the first thing we do is just like create communist revolts everywhere in Southeast Asia. Very bullet resistant, very impractical. I mean, it sounds like it. I guess we're gonna be at war with the Allies, aren't we? Now that I think about it. Yeah, an actually interesting communist tree for Australia, what do you know? I'm assuming the revolts are going to join our faction that we create, and then we're going to end up at war with the Allies, which is going to be kind of cooked. I guess in that case, what we're going to try and do is just... we'll try to crack the cipher for the Dutch East Indies, because I feel like we actually will be at war with them. I guess that's the first stepping stone. Anyway, we need to wait for China to actually like us in order to send an attaché. Oh, never mind, that was really fast. Okay, we'll take that, I guess. We don't need to improve relations anymore, though. Ah, yes. Free army XP. It's beautiful. Okay, we also... I think someone said we want to build a couple of improved cruisers, maybe? Or no, they said a bunch of cheap destroyers and then carriers. 4 carriers, spam light damage cruisers, and super cheap destroyers. Okay, so we actually do want the cruisers too. So the cruisers we're actually going to lock in for. We're going to go ahead and also... Actually, do I want to just, like, improve communism support in the United Kingdom? Do you have ideology resistance? Yes, you do. Wow, plus 50%. Damn. That's going to be a tough one. Okay, so that's not yet. We need a much better spy network for that. For now, we will get one... Actually, can't we get a better one? Yeah. Spy network in the Dutch East Indies, because maybe we're going to have to fight them. Doing Kami Straya? We are doing somewhat Kami Straya. Well, it might actually be completely Kami. I don't even think it's socialist. Like, I think it's straight up communism. Planned extraction, centralized production. Yeah, okay, it's communism. Okay, next we're gonna pick up... Actually, do want construction 3. And we're just gonna keep going down these ones. Research speed increase, building slots, Civ factories. Now you're speaking my language. Now, we do want to maybe take a look at the rest of this stuff here. Grand Fleet. Envoy, Integrated Air Arm. We need the Grand Doctrine Base Strike. Oh, right, we have Grand Doctrines now. Hold on, okay. Special Forces. We have Grand Battle Plan. Do I want Grand Battle Plan? Probably. Yeah, that does kind of seem like our vibe. Okay, we'll keep this. Naval Doctrine, Fleet in Being. Is that what we want? I think no, because we're not going battleships. And we're not going submarines. We're going with base strike, probably, so we should swap this, I think. My poor Navy XP, it's cooked. But we get a lot, so it's fine. But yeah, we're going with base strike for sure. Naval air agility from carriers. Wow, they changed this so much. Oh. Okay, base strike, we'll do that. Air doctrine. Do we have something for carriers? Naval mission efficiency. Does that count? Or is that only when you're targeting enemy ships? Well, to be fair, that's kind of like a very similar sort of deal. I usually lean towards battlefield support because I do like having close air support, but... Like, if we want... I don't know, it's tough, because we're doing a mix of heavy fighters and regular fighters. Well, some carrier fighters and some heavies. Let's see, so what do we have here? Okay, we just get to pick the initial doctrine. Kind of feeling operational integrity, maybe. Is the goal of this campaign to conquer only the land that has naturally occurring flightless birds? No. We actually... I think the goal is to spread communism and give each communist country one emu as like a gift that they need to take care of the emu. And if they don't, then we kill them, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, I'm feeling operational integrity. Communism is when emus. That's actually true. That's real. Yeah, we're taking that. What else? We need Special Forces Doctrine. Elite or expanded? Capacity multipliers, soft attack organization. There's like nothing that crazy between them. I think I would prefer expanded. I think we want a large portion of our actual army to be expanded, because we want a lot of Marines and or Rangers. That's kind of the vibe. Okay, so we've picked the doctrines. We want to go over to... we haven't added any officers yet, because these are just like buffs that we get applied to things, so... that'll be later. What else do we want here? Interesting. So the grand battle plans are what decides what you're allowed to take. There are so many for so many different grand battle plans, and we just have 2 with the grand doctrines. And we have 2. It's cooked. Okay, either logistical focus, which actually does seem useful. Navy fuel consumption reduction. That's actually kind of goated. Cult of heroism. Interesting. Theater training. That's kind of useful, actually. I might take that. I'm just looking for anything that might give me more XP. Naval research speed. Yeah, wouldn't this have been a good idea at the start? I feel kind of dumb now. Cruiser design cost. We haven't made the cruisers yet. Ooh, hold on. Dude, I didn't pick up aircraft research, or the aircraft carrier research speed. It's actually over for me. And then I only have 1 more carrier research to do. Ah, I'm so dumb. Shoot. Well, hey, you live and you learn, I guess. So that's not going to do us too much good at this point. I mean, we still get the carrier design cost reduction. That's cool, I suppose. Naval Military Industrial Organization cost. What? There's a cost for these? Maybe it's for if you assign the research to them. I don't know. Doesn't really matter too much. Okay, screw it. Yeah, maybe I will actually pick up the carrier design cost reduction. I don't think the research speed is going to apply to what we've just done, but I guess I'll just take the cost reduction, at least. Unless there's something better I want. Integrated air arm, I do want that when we start actually fighting. Ooh, fleet defense. Fighter's sortie efficiency. We do want that when we start fighting. Okay, screw it. I guess I'll just take this. What else can we do here? Air experience gain. Now, wouldn't that have been useful? Research speed? It turns out you're supposed to take these a lot earlier than I thought. Medium airframe design costs. That actually is going to be really useful for us. But only once. Well, we still have a lot of research to do. Like, we still need to research all of the light aircraft. So maybe we'll do this. Okay, that's all we need to do for now, I think. Now, is there anybody else to swap out? Maybe you. Who else can we even get here? Complete focus in from the cold. I don't know about that one. Recruitable pop. Ooh, who are you? Some British guy? Never mind. Okay, I think a lot of these we can't actually get because they require some of the other focuses. I guess we'll pick up the intelligence director at some point. And we'll pick up the new artillery, of course. Okay, and then we want to start making our carriers. And we also probably want to start researching the small airframes. General aircraft designer, do you have carrier things? Naval aircraft specialists. All carrier aircraft get some bonuses. Okay, I mean, that's something. What about these guys, though? Because you get carrier close air support. I guess it bears asking, do I want more fighters or more CAS on my carriers? Does it matter if I have CAS? I guess it would kind of matter a little bit. Actually, yeah, what am I saying? CAS is like... No, wait a minute. You don't use CAS for those, you use naval bombers, don't you? It's not the same thing as CAS, is it? Yeah, we want carrier naval bombers. We want these guys. Complete the focus westward battles. Wait, to do that, don't I need to actually join the Comintern? I don't want to join the Comintern. I want to have my own faction. I want to be cool like that. But funny Australia heavy tanks? I'm not going to be using heavy tanks. Man, they're locking my carrier naval bombers behind joining the Soviet Union. How could they do this to me? Also, I guess you can have that, and probably that, and you can have this and that. That's cool. Can't believe they've done this. Okay, well, anyway, if I'm not going to pick this up, I guess it is the Yakovlev Design Bureau. I guess that kind of makes sense. Lockheed. Okay, well, we're not siding with the US, so we have very limited choices. And we are not doing solidarity by the Empire, that's true. So we either have A or B as our options here. Commonwealth Aircraft Corporation, which hopefully we don't lose when we leave the Allies. Maybe. Well, the interwar, or like the carrier airframes, do actually get a little bit of a buff when I go with these guys. Let me just see what your tree has. Fighter and carrier fighters, close air support, carrier close air support. What about my carrier naval bombers? Nothing for carrier naval bombers. Interesting. And this gives all of my carriers, aircraft, and naval bombers indeed increased range, and better naval targeting, and better agility, and better surface detection. Might actually go with the top one. What's Siam doing? Not much, to be honest. They're just kind of chilling. Right, so let's actually start working on these improved carriers here. Let's give you more hangar space. Infinite hangar space. This will probably do for now. I'm not going to give it armor. That feels dumb on a carrier. This thing is going to be so expensive to make. Hey, we better get started. Yeah, we better get started, that's all I can say. I think it's probably fine as it is, unless chat feels like I should throw more AA on this, but... Oh, actually, yeah, maybe dual-purpose secondary battery. I don't really care too much about the light piercing and light attack on these carriers, but I do care a little bit about the AA. So going from 3.5 to 4.5 is something. And then I think we're good. You can only assign 5 dockyards to a carrier? Really? I can assign more to destroyers, but not to the carrier? Brother. This thing is cooked. It is going to take me 3 years to build this carrier. No, I think it's fine. I think that's only happening because right now we have nationalization underway, which is minus 30%. I think once we fix that, it'll be a big buff. There we go, more civs. What else do I want? Building slots and research speed, monthly pop. More research speed. Well, I do like that. I think relatively soon we would also like to start building our special little factories. Our facilities. Definitely the naval and aerodynamics one. I feel like we also need the land one to unlock the actual flamethrower tanks, right? I wish I could check what the projects are. Oh, I can. I'm stupid. Okay, so for the land, for flamethrower tanks, yeah, because I do kind of want these. Or was eating Vichy France, Indochina? Well, they should soon. They literally just formed the Siamese Empire. Okay, what else can I do here? The rest of this is just buffs for when I actually finish making the ships, so for now they don't matter. I'm gonna go with advanced machine tooling. I'm also gonna need oil. I don't think I really have any. Do I need more steel right now? Yes, I do. For the carriers, that makes sense. I like how today's entire stream is basically, what if Australia dedicated 100% of its industrial base to just building carriers? Oh, also, hello Rorston, how's it going? Yeah, new HOI4 content. Actually, bro wrote HOI5 content. That's not going to be for another few years, probably. I wonder what they could even do for HOI5. It's kind of like the situation when, before EU5 came out, and the question was, what are they gonna cook with EU5? Like, what could they change to EU4? When the game is already basically perfect and they can just keep on making more expansions for it.
What's the go? All set?
I think I want these guys to fold into here and then research, or rather, want them to drill. Just for a little bit of extra XP. Should've just made EU4 2, where it has a new engine to get rid of the tech debt. I mean, it's the same engine. Like, EU5 still uses the same engine, too. It's all the same engine, like, all the way down. It's still the Clausewitz engine. They would have to, I guess, rebuild the EU4, but, like, in terms of the tech debt, like, what do we actually refer to when we're talking about the tech debt for EU4? To me, the biggest tech debt that they have is the DLCs. Is the fact that they have to account for so many DLCs when it comes to making content. Because some players are going to have some DLCs and they're not going to have other DLCs. But other than that, I feel like it can't be otherwise that bad. But maybe I just don't know. There we go, more steel, that's nice. How are we doing for this again? Still, May 1942. I am not going to import chromium. Not yet. Actually, how bad is that affecting things? Let's see. Only minus 7.5% from lacking the chromium. That's not even that bad. Ooh, yeah, I would like war economy, actually. That would be nice. There we go, free school policy. Next, we're going to want... the naval dockyards would be nice. Yeah, we'll do that. And for you... Ooh, fund gain. Yep, we're taking that. All small and carrier planes, production efficiency gain. And cap. The more reliability, we'll do this. I think... Ooh, agility is good, but I think I want the naval targeting. Solution, they didn't cook. Well, yeah, so that was kind of tragic. That's kind of tragic for EU5. I mean, it'll become a good game, I think. I have confidence. But yeah, it is very slightly cooked at the moment. But for HOI4, what would they even change? Some people suggest adding, like, actual economy and population system. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know if, like, especially in HOI4, I don't know if that would even add that much. Also, I think I want signal company. Probably want logistics, too. MP is probably going to be important. What am I actually putting on these troops? Let me actually sort out my basic army a little bit. Oh, this is different. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, I don't have time to worry about this. We need... seven twos, maybe? .20 combat width. I think that works well here, because I think combat width in most of these jungles are... Yeah, I think it's 60. There we go, 60. Pretty sure that's the main vibe here. There's a lot of mountains in Indonesia, actually. Palembang, just jungle. 20 still works well with urban. So I think in most of the areas we're going to be fighting for victory points. I think for the most part, probably works fine. Yeah, I feel like the 7-2s are going to be fine. We're going to give them field hospital, engineer company. I actually don't think I want support artillery. Although it is a lot of soft attack. Probably recon for the, yeah, for the artillery support and line battalion, soft attack plus 10%, plus the movement. And I think I said I wanted support anti-air, but I don't think we're going to end up having to deal with that yet. Then we have these things down here. Infantry guns, anti-air battery. Ooh, this is actually revolutionary for free piercing. Because what does one anti-air usually gives you? How much piercing? Hold on. 8.9. So if we just add this on top, then that's free piercing without changing combat width. For every branch of ideology, you gotta hand over 5 big ones? True. That might be all they need to add. Okay, infantry guns, anti-air battery. This is complicated. Okay, I think this is going to be the division. It'll do for now, and then I'll throw on a few other things. 7-2s. Yeah, that'll do.
Orders, boss.
Swap all of you to the 7-2s, please and thank you. Let's see. Do I care about putting cannons on things? Or do I want the heavy machine guns? Heavy machine guns do give you more, a little less air attack. They don't tank the agility, and I do kind of like not tanking agility. I think I want to keep the agility, so we'll go with the heavy machine guns. When they make a new tree for a country they already sold focus trees for, they sell more. Gotta buy the last one to buy the new one. No. I think they want to avoid that this time. Kind of felt that way with HOI4. Where it's like, oh, what DLCs do I have to start with? Which ones do I have to buy first? The idea of being like, oh, you need to buy these DLCs to play the game at like a baseline level, I think they want to avoid that this time. Anyway, we'll go war economy. Heavy machine guns got nerfed. It's cooked. Oh no, oh, they sell the focus trees in parts. I see. So you have to buy like the historical Australia focus tree. And then you can buy the Australia focus tree expansion, and that's going to be the communist one. I think I understand it now. Yeah, okay. That works. Personally, I was thinking we could go with maybe like a little loot box system. I think that would be neat. So like you have to roll the loot boxes, and then it gives you like different historical like planes and tanks. I think I'm cooking with this one. Ah, shoot. I got the what do they call that? The Vickers tank or whatever. Oh, I got one of these again in the loot box. I got the Valentines again in my loot box. I already have 4 Valentines. And then you roll and you're like, oh my god, guys, I got the I don't know, the Mitsubishi or something. Is that even one of the Japanese companies? I think it is. I don't actually remember. A 0-star Bob Simple. Ah, shoot. Okay, let's hire somebody. 75 political power. Maybe it's not worth building these until I actually have enough political power. What else to build? I do want better engines. Survivability studies, I do want that actually. Basic small airframe. Screw it, maybe I'll rush the next one. Well, it's not really worth rushing. I do need to get actual fuel into this country. And there is no oil in Australia, is there? No, there isn't. Which is kind of funny, because if you play Victoria 3, there actually is oil in Australia. So somewhere along the line between Victoria 3 and HOI4, we lost the oil. We lost the technology. We don't know how. Who does have oil? You have oil in Indonesia, right? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, we need the Dutch East Indies to revolt immediately. We need to spread communism to the Dutch East Indies post-haste. What else do I want? Maybe I should pick up sonar. Maybe that's a good idea, actually. Throw that onto my cheap destroyers. Okay, now we also want... Yeah, we'll grab these two. Maybe we'll grab that too. Okay, so this is gonna take actually 2 years to construct. I think it's cooked. Maybe. But anyway, we're gonna finish building these destroyers. Maybe I'll refit some of the other ones with some stuff. Okay, maybe I will import some chromium. Perhaps I will import some chromium from the Soviets. 9? What a weird number of chromium. Well, how bad is it? Like, am I really tanking my production by not having chromium? I think it says 7%. Okay, 12%, that kind of matters a little bit. Alright, Soviets, you get 1 Civ factory. Can I get chromium? I can get iron. I can get more iron. Is that 250 political power to pick up 8 whole iron? Oh, hold on. Open northwest... Wow, I can't speak English. Opening Northwest Australia to further prospecting will enable a repeatable decision to increase steel production without limits. That's actually kind of good. So big upfront cost, but massive steel output. Okay, we'll take that actually. That's pretty good. Okay, I can actually get a scientist now. Submarine specialist. I don't want submarine specialists. But you are the only one I can pick up right now, so I guess you'll do. Okay, what do I even want you to pick up for me? Escort carriers? Maybe. What does that do for me? Escort carrier hangar. Is it just like a larger deck size? It says 1. 1 plane can fit with the escort carrier hangar. Allows for the servicing and arming of wheeled airplanes. Escort carrier. Smaller, more economical carriers providing cost-effective air cover and anti-submarine capabilities across the oceans. worth maybe. It is just like having cheaper carriers, and I do like cheaper carriers. What does it actually cost to make this? Only 3. No chromium, you say? Interesting. Only some iron. Whereas the improved carrier requires some chromium. Might actually be worth grabbing. Ice aircraft carrier. Now this I gotta see. In order to assert our air superiority over the vast oceans, we need carriers that could store and launch long-range regular airplanes, and not just carrier aircraft. The ice aircraft carrier. Refined piecrete. Okay, so yeah, we actually do make the aircraft carriers out of ice. Floating airfield runway. This is so funny. So these things would fold instantly, I think. They're also kind of expensive. Okay, I don't know if we're making the ice carriers. They just seem like a really bad idea. Oh, the trick with the ice aircraft carriers is that you can land non-carrier specific planes on them. Oh, that actually is really big. Allows to store and use non-carrier plane variants. That's actually huge. But we are already kind of locked into making carrier planes. Underway replenishment. There's so many things here. Submarine carrier. I don't even... What the hell is that? Modern carrier with naval engineering? Okay, we'll pick this up at some point. I think what we're gonna go for now... Yeah. Actually, do we want support ships? Maybe. I think we'll go with the escort carriers. They feel like they're just cheaper carriers. So we can have more of them. And I think I vibe with that, maybe. Also, I think we do need 2 naval engineering breakthrough points to do the other things. Maybe we'll just go with this for now. Yeah, sure. Okay, now, we are going to want air-launched torpedoes as well. Kind of important for our naval bombers. We'll throw that on this guy, I guess. I like how it's been actually 2 hours and we haven't even started off any war. Submarine carrier is a submarine that functions as an aircraft carrier. I feel like it kind of defeats the purpose. Like, maybe I'm crazy, but the whole idea of your aircraft carrier going underwater seems like a really bad one. Okay, we'll also get Marines too. I should probably start making my actual Marines division. Oh, we actually do want the improved fire control system. True. Because once we're done building these ones down here... Oh, we don't have enough iron. Enough steel. We need plant extraction. That is actually coming up pretty soon. Okay, that works. Japanese actually built subs that could launch float planes IRL. Okay, I have heard of that, and that kind of sort of makes sense to me. Like, I can kind of get behind that one, even though it's a little bit funky. Because it's like, you launch the plane up into the air, and it can kind of confirm the location of targets. So I could kind of see that one. But the aircraft carrier, don't you want... You want to have it above the water all the time. Otherwise, like, because you need the planes need to, like, rearm and refuel. They need to get back onto the carrier over and over, right? So... Don't you kind of need that to be above water at all times? You can be sneaky and launch air assaults on enemies super far from home with 2 to 3 subs instead of sending in the fleet. I suppose. I mean, it is like a stealth kind of thing. I guess that kind of makes sense. Okay, I think very soon I'm probably going to stop making civs. Because it is 1939. I just wanted to make sure I had like a healthy, real civ economy before I started building 700 naval facilities. And same thing, I'm just picking this up so that... Wow, I need to drink some water. I'm just picking this up for the advanced fire control system for my cruisers. That's the main thing. It's kind of how nuclear subs with nuclear weapons work. It's for one crucial decapitating strike. I guess. Okay, what do we want here? Higher speed, that's whatever. HP reliability, that's not too bad. Max range and production cost increase. We do actually get an enormous amount of max range just from being Australia. We go here, stretch the fleet, plus 20%. We go down here, another plus 10%. So I don't think we really need that. Especially for the production cost increase, I think we'll go with stronger hull. Seems like the thing that I care about the most. Yeah, I imagine you can't put that many planes on a submarine carrier. I figure you're gonna put like a handful, maybe. Now what to swap to? Dockyard output would be kind of important right now. Maximizing dockyard output. Yeah, I think I'm okay with accepting the political advisor costs increasing because I just don't think we're going to swap them again. Well, maybe at some point I'll pick up the additional operatives, but for now, definitely dockyard output. Because the rest of these are, well, they're okay. They're not that bad, actually. Okay, that was weirdly expensive. What is my production efficiency cap right now? 80%. Going up to 90% is cool, but don't we get that kind of easily anyway? Like 90% is this and then this. I guess we get it ahead of time. 100%. Okay, you know what? Unless... I feel like we actually don't really need this. We can probably do without it, because we also get this, which is, one, it increases the growth, which is great, and then we already get 5% cap. So I feel like we can do without this. It's probably fine. So, let's go ahead and actually finish this to remove our terrible penalties. Don't forget to remove Citizen Army debuff. Yeah, we do need to deal with that. Which is... we have to modify this, okay. Yeah, so now that we're kind of... we finished industrializing, sort of, changing up our ideology, we can actually focus on military stuff like that. Alright, Marines 2, and we will pick up Rangers at some point, probably. Any other equipment to pick up right now? Yeah. We want to pick up the improved light batteries, which we're going to throw on some light cruisers. And then I think once we're done with these two, what we're going to do is start actually building these naval factories. Just a whole lot of them. More ships, more planes, more everything. Let's see, is there anything I can actually do in the East Indies? I can make them more communist, maybe. Okay, we increase the screen's output. For screens, we want to reduce fuel usage. Sub-detection, we might as well max that out as well. And we're going to throw that actually on our Our cheap destroyers? Actually, do I have improved destroyers right now? I do. I'm gonna go ahead and start making these new ones, maybe. Which are just going to be a whole lot of torpedoes. Okay, can't change that. I don't think we need this much AA, though. Maybe we'll go with... Maybe we'll go with nothing here. No, we'll get depth charges here. We'll get torpedoes here. And maybe sub-detection. These don't feel like cheap destroyers to me, though. Do I really need an engine this good? I think I probably don't. Like, we look at, yeah, this engine, 35 kilometers, 32, but it reduces the production cost by 5%. Like, I don't know if I care that much. Also, this improves the anti-air, the light, and heavy battery hit chance. That's not really what these destroyers are for. Like, I'm just throwing torpedoes on this thing, like an enormous number of torpedoes. But I don't think I care about the fire control system. Radar/sonar, that makes sense for the depth charges, which we're actually going to use maybe. Maybe no depth charges? I'm slightly worried about submarines. Because without the depth charges, I think we have actually nothing against submarines. Which I feel like the Japanese are going to have. They're going to have at least some submarines. Otherwise, what do we actually do if we encounter subs? Why not make separate depth charge destroyers? Oh, is that how it works in HOI4? You gotta make like separate ones? Specialization does pay off? Shoot. Okay. Okay, so would you make an entire, I wouldn't say an entire navy in quotes, but like sort of a small navy that specializes in anti-submarine warfare, and you use that on protecting supply lines? And they don't engage unless they're fighting submarines? Is that like the idea here? Yes, because you want to split the destroyer fleet. You have to make those ones fast. That makes sense. I can understand making those ones fast, because the enemy capital fleets are going to be like way too strong. So you need to get them out of there real quick. I'm learning naval tactics today. Okay, so I guess we'll keep the anti-air on this. I don't really know if I care about the light attack at all. Like, what is the light attack going to do for me here? Maybe I'll just reduce the cost, make it as cheap as possible. Also, anti-air. I don't think we're getting too much out of the AA on this destroyer. We might as well make them cheaper, I feel. So obviously we don't need the sub-detection either. Okay, now this is starting to feel like a cheap destroyer. Just maximize firepower with the torpedoes. Slow engine. We don't care about anything else. Now this is feeling like a solid destroyer here. Actually, I won't even call it cheap. I'll just call it the torpedo destroyer. Now this is peak. Okay, so we just started making this one. I think we're just going to swap it immediately. Actually, out of curiosity. Yeah, it's only slightly more expensive than the old one, too. Nice. Important that you build cruisers now for light attack. Yeah, that was the other thing I need to work on. So we're just going to swap to this one last destroyer. We're going to build more of them later. I don't know if I can refit them, but I don't think it's worth it either. Who cares? And then... So we're building this carrier, of course. We need to keep that on schedule. And then... we're gonna want... Where is it? Improved cruiser. Now these improved cruisers... Can I give them a little roll, or maybe not? These are also screens, aren't they? So... These, I think I want to max out our light batteries, right? Heavy Cruiser Battery 2 disallows modules of rapid-fire guns. What do you mean by that? Heavy Cruiser Battery 2. Is that the slot? No. Is this a heavy cruiser? No catapults, by the way. They cost a ton with not a lot of benefits. I assume... Actually, can you get surface detection from just having planes up on your carriers? I assume that would be the case. So I don't think we care that much. So what does this say? Heavy Cruiser Battery 2 disallows modules of category rapid-fire guns. Heavy Cruiser Battery 2. Is that what this is? It's a medium battery. Did I designate this as a... Oh, these are capital ships. I don't want capital ships. I want this to be a heavy, or sorry, a light cruiser. How do I unheavy this cruiser? You need to swap your main guns to the light cruiser guns. Oh, is that my main gun? Okay. I never even knew this was a thing. Okay, so we need to swap that over here. So now we get light batteries. Light attack 1.5. What do these do? Maybe I want the secondary batteries instead. Those are the light batteries. Oh, hold on. Light cruiser batteries. Oh, okay. I'm getting it. The secondaries give 4 light attack, 7 piercing. Okay, they're much more expensive, but I think they're just better. Hold on. 5.7 for 350. 4.7 for 240. Secondary batteries seem a lot better. Like, they just seem a lot cheaper. For pretty much the same benefit. More guns. More. These things are gonna be ridiculous. This is peak. Now, do I need engines this good? That is the question. I feel like we could reasonably go with the level 1 engines on these cruisers. Oh, we got like the can save to file? That's crazy. That's really nice. Corbin accidentally discovers light cruiser meta? Not accidentally. I've been very purposefully directed towards this. Okay, I feel like we don't need cruiser engines to be that fast, because I feel like the actual carriers are slow as hell. Our improved carriers have a maximum speed of 30.8 kilometers, so I think we can just make these super slow. I don't think it matters that much. Because why do we care about the light cruisers being faster than the carriers? I feel like we don't. Do I care about the armor, though? 6 armor, I feel like that's not very much. For 10% production cost increase? I feel like that can't be worth it. Like, at most it would be effective against some ships that don't have very much piercing. But like, the big boy ships are just gonna tear through these anyway. I don't know, maybe like a minimal amount of armor could be worth it, maybe. But more than that, it gets too expensive. .2 kilometers. 30.8 kilometers. Let me slower than the carriers. That's funny. Yeah, I figure we want at least some armor because it will block all the small guns. But like, it's very easy to get enough piercing on any of the larger ships to just tear through the armor anyway. But I guess it's worth something. So, screw it. I think this is actually peak. This is probably the best we can make. Alright, improved cruisers. We're gonna want a handful of these things. I'm thinking at least 4. And then when it comes to the other destroyers that we're going to make... Actually, okay, so here's the funny question. When it comes to the destroyers, like the ones we're using for anti-submarine, can I just use really shitty destroyers? Can I just use the worst ones imaginable? Yes? Perfect. We want more sub detection. Oh, can't have more than one sonar module. Ooh. Okay, I guess we need some gun on this thing. Sure. This is peak. Anti-sub destroyer, literally 2 depth charge rails. A sonar, these actually do need to be fast so they can get out of there when they are getting kicked in the shins by big ships. So they do need to be fast. I think this is peak. We did not research depth charges, this is true. Unfortunately. I guess we don't actually need to make this yet, because we're not going to build those for the next, like, couple of months. I will research depth charges first. Okay, at least we get a free air scientist guy, that's good. Radar, I think that's kind of what we want. Radar and ICBM. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, we'll start with radar. Republic's Australia. Alright, let's double check. How fast are we building these things now? February 1941 is not very inspiring, but I mean, hey, we are kind of out of steel. Maybe what I'm going to do is bring the carrier up to the top. Maybe I will bring all the ships to the top, because I kind of care about them a little more than I care about the army. Except for convoys, I don't care that much. Okay, now we could decide to go ahead and leave the allies at this point. I don't think there's any benefit to get out of that unless we are ready to take on these over here to start spreading communism. And then in that case, it actually is worth it. But I just don't think we're there yet. Because first, what we're really going to want is fixing up our citizen army. And getting more dockyards. Free mills as well? Okay. I think we're fine to just sit in the allies for the time being. I don't think there's any downside to this until we're ready to actually do stuff. Depending on how long this takes, this might take a while actually, I don't know. But screw it. I think I'm going to go for the naval dockyards. So, we only need one of these for now. I guess we'll go with the research bonus for Marines and then pick up the dockyards. How are we feeling about this? 29th of January 1941. Could be better, could be worse. And then, yeah, we do need the better depth charge. Rowers. Don't forget to add stuff to your HQs. Okay, so I don't really know what an HQ is or what it does.
Good to go.
So we have this thing here. Click to see the template. Okay, so we have templates for them. Right-click to open up the designer. Okay. Alright, that's a whole menu. Infantry HQ security? I guess we increase the security, I suppose? Although this isn't supposed to fight anything, it's just like a unit that exists on the battlefield to give buffs to other units. I think. Special Operations Coordination. Naval Liaison. Brother, what the hell is all this? Okay. So for these units, these are just regular units. So I guess each army has its own HQ? So if we make like a marine army, then at some point we're gonna want like the marine stuff, I suppose. Speaking of marines, do I want to just copy over the 7.2s? Or expand the marine template? Who knows? Because how many of these can we have? I guess we'll never know. No, we can have 24. Okay. 24. We're going to want these to be beefy units. So maybe... No, 10 Marines is dumb. We'll go with 3 units that are 8 Marines with 16 combat width. I don't really like that number too much, but oh well. We'll give them the smallest amount of piercing, just in case, for the love of the game. And I'm going to want you to have Engineering Company, absolutely. Because, yeah, that's going to improve your attack and defense with Amphibious and Rivers, I think. Yeah, that's big. Probably Signal Company. Field Hospitals. Each HQ support is a new army ability. That's crazy. I think I want these units to be beefier. The 16 Marines would not fit that well. Maybe I just give you some artillery to work with. There's an ability for +6 entrenchment speed? Goated? I don't know how much I like this unit that I'm cooking up here. I don't know what I'm cooking. I don't think it's very good. Because the combat width is cooked. However, I don't know how many of these Marines I'm even throwing into a tile. It's not going to be that many. Like at most, I'm going to be using maybe 2 of these to fight the same tile. What I'm cooking. This feels ridiculously expensive. I wish I could easily compare, like, what's the fastest and easiest way to make this division? Do I make it from scratch? Do I alter the Marines? Do I alter the 7.2s? What's the easiest way to not spend infinite army experience? That's 115, so we have to check the 7.2s to see if that makes it any easier, because I feel like it will be. To be honest. Like, I'm just swapping these out for Marines. It's gotta be cheaper. Actually, did I duplicate this? There we go. It's gotta be cheaper to swap them for Marines. Signal Company. Ooh, actually, that reminds me. Yeah, 7.2s, you need the Signal Company. We might as well just give that to them. And then we duplicate this. Yeah, there we go. Exact same template pretty much. It's just like half the cost. Anti-tank battery is just 35 piercing. As like as an HQ ability? Big Marines. Gonna be elite as well. I can live with this. It's not the worst thing I've ever created, I think. Okay, let me take a look at these. No, the regimental support. Anti-tank regimental support is 35 piercing? That's actually insane. But you only really need the anti-air, right? I don't know how thick the armor is on the Japanese tanks, but I feel like it is not particularly thick. Also, Dominion of Indonesia. What the hell happened here? Can't target an ally. Ooh. Okay, fine. We'll go after Japan or something. Okay, what else? We probably want better sonar as well. Why is the Philippines a Commonwealth? America moment. I think they just became like an actual dominion. I don't know where that would be, but okay, let me just actually change this. Screw it, we'll add more guys here. So what does this do? We have headquarters staff. And that's going to give us defense, breakthrough, gives us commander bonuses, leader skill bonuses. Sure, I definitely know what that does. Let's see here. Hospital group staff, chance to get sick and wounded in combat reduction. Division experience gain is pretty goated. I think I would... I do kind of like the idea of picking up terrain traits XP gain. Actually, and then maybe... maybe hospital group staff. Maybe signal and intelligence staff for max planning bonus. This seems reasonable. New unit. Ooh. Interesting. Anyway. No, the regimental support? Oh, sorry, right. Me when I'm reading literally old messages? Okay, yeah, we'll take this. Why not? Okay, now I've kind of been neglecting my aircraft for a while. But we would like to start making our planes. I don't think we're doing the 4 times engine 2s. That might be a little much. Because I don't think the agility is worth all that. What if we go with 2 engine... let's see, what's the difference? It costs a lot less to go with 2 engine 2s, and the agility difference is not even that much. Okay, we'll go with 2 engine 2s. I think we want the heavy machine guns on these heavy fighters. And what's the difference between these? Production costs, not too different. Reliability goes down. Agility drops, but the air attack is a massive upgrade. Okay. Now, I do like self-sealing fuel tanks, personally speaking. Big buff to air defense, not that expensive. For modules, I think that's probably fine. We don't really need defense turrets. So maybe we just stack them with as much air attack as humanly possible. That's the vibe I'm getting on these. Oh, weight exceeds thrust. Yeah, that would do it. Okay. Maybe we don't need literally 16 heavy machine guns on these planes. What do you think, chat? Is 16 guns maybe too many on a heavy fighter? Maybe 8 is fine. Did you ever try the Old World Blues mod? I have tried it. It is kind of complicated. But that was also a long time ago. Okay, I feel like I'm vibing with these heavy fighters. They aren't that expensive. They do have a decent bit of air attack. Agility could be worse. Air defense is okay. Actually, is there a way for me to get more range on these things? Did I actually unlock that or no? Extra fuel tanks. That is a huge buff to the range. Then the weight would be too much. I feel like they're probably fine as is. Probably. If not, I can just add stuff onto them. It's pretty bare bones. Okay, and then for the carrier planes, we're gonna want to start making... There are 2 basic things we want to do. 1, naval bomber. More torpedoes. Literally just torpedoes. As cheap as we can make them, just throw them on there. Maybe self-sealing fuel tanks for the defense. Okay. This feels like a solid carrier naval bomber. How do I make you an actual carrier naval bomber, though? That just says naval bomber. How do I get you to fit onto a carrier? Oh, wait, because I didn't use the improved carrier airframe. I'm stupid. Okay, so anyway, we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna get ourselves some self-sealing fuel tanks, and then I think... Can't have more than 1 naval bomber weapon module? Can't have any fun in this game. What? What if I remove these? Man, this is gonna be the worst naval bomber of all time. Really? I can't have more than 1? How do I make these good then? Maybe I just keep feeding naval bombers to the Japanese. Maybe I just build so many of them and they die so quickly, but I just keep feeding the carriers more carrier planes. I could engine 2 and throw on a little self-sealing fuel tank. Let's make it a little more expensive. I think one of the biggest problems is that I actually just don't have the torpedoes that I need. Where's my research? Yeah, I still need these torpedoes. So maybe I shouldn't build those yet. But I can build the fighters. Improved carrier airframe. Presumably, we do actually want to have some solid fighters on these planes. Or on these carriers. But I don't really know. Got some heavy machine guns. And self-sealing fuel tanks. Okay, maybe that's too much. That cost us too much. Okay, we'll get... what's the weight difference? Oh, that is a big weight difference. Can I throw 2 of these on instead? Yeah, okay, that works. Put 3 of these on. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Sure. Okay, so we do want to start making some of these. It's going to be at the top there. Man, we have such little industry, it's actually painful. Well, I'll figure it out. Oh yeah, engines 3, of course, I'll pick that up right after I actually build all my planes. Such an idiot. Okay, we'll go ahead and get our torpedoes. Okay, so I'm an idiot. We can just put 1 engine 3 on this for increased agility, and it's not that expensive. And then I could actually put some heavy machine guns on this thing. So basically, I just wasted a whole bunch of air XP for no reason. Cool. Very cool. Okay, this is probably a fine carrier aircraft. Bunch of heavy machine guns. I feel like we only need 1 squadron of these. These things, I feel like they're gonna tear up the other carrier airframes. Pretty solid. They might also die. Who knows? Kind of like a gamble. Anyway, we're gonna get you swapped over to here. We will take us off of this to start building a handful of those. But we are lacking in resources. We're going to need these bauxite deposits. Alright, Marine's done. Yeah, we'll go ahead and pick up some more naval dockyards. I feel like I should only really leave the allies once I'm ready to go ahead and actually beat up the allies. Spotting priorities. Surface detection, sub-detection. I think we are looking for surface detection on the escort carriers, probably. It is kind of our main priority. Their light batteries, we'll throw those on the cruisers. Basic dual-purpose battery. We do kind of want those. It's not too important right now. Maybe we want landing craft as well. Oh right, I did want logistics company. We'll pick that up. Man, wouldn't it be so disappointing if I go through all this just to get absolutely crushed? That would be absolutely devastating. Surely that wouldn't happen, though. Surely. Alright, improved cruisers. Wait. Okay, you are the Mark 1s, actually. Okay. Improved cruisers. I want you to upgrade your... Yeah, there we go. Upgrade your light batteries. Not this, though. Well, maybe this. Just because actually you're going to be slower than the carriers, and that's kind of a problem. Also, it's crazy how the refit cost can be so much more than the production cost. That's kind of weird. But anyway, these things are going to be armed to the teeth. Oh, not that. Don't do that. So maybe you only need level 2s here. Fire control is cool. That's... we don't really need that. Okay, I think that's what I want. So good thing we didn't actually make these yet. We'll do that. Don't worry, guys. Just another half a year before the one actual carrier is created. Is the DLC good? The DLC certainly exists. I don't know if it's good or yet not. Wait. I don't know if it's good or not yet. Mostly because I am not much of a HOI4 player, I must say. Oh yeah, you know what? Maybe I should research bombs. Because I probably will want some CAS at some point. Okay, now we're just gonna spam naval dockyards pretty much. If I manage to outproduce Japan in naval, I will be very happy. I don't think it's going to happen, but boy, wouldn't that be hilarious. How many naval dockyards you got there, Japan? That's not that many, only 15 to 33. I feel like I can do it, chat. How many do I have? I have 10. But I could make a whole lot more. Okay, maybe we don't need 8 of these in Queensland. Maybe what I should do is shuffle up the production a little bit. Maybe throw like one of these in here. Maybe I'll just do this for now. Speaking of shipyards, we can always get more. More shipyards, wouldn't that be nice? Alright. We're gonna want funds gained to start with. And then, we don't really have battleships or cruisers. Well, we have light cruisers, actually. And the light cruisers are doing massive light attack spam. It also reduce the impact from torpedoes. But let's see, reliability. There really is not too much for us here. Armor, sure. Yeah, these are not that great. I mean, we do want to go down and pick up this at some point. And then, I guess for like anti-air for all cruisers, maybe? I suppose. Not really, it doesn't matter that much. Maybe we'll do that. Canberra air disaster. Okay, this is actually relevant. So, yeah, there's an aircraft crashing right outside of Canberra. So, 3 government officials were among the 10 people on board, and they've all died. So, we need to try and fix people's support in the government. I don't know if this is like a thing you always get as Australia, or if it's specifically a communist thing, but we do actually have to get this guy to be a competent leader. Because right now he's not that competent, as you can tell. So we need people to trust the cabinet more. That's what we need. Also, did we have people who died? Yeah, okay, someone actually did die. Shoot. Oh no, he was the guy who gave me my dockyard output. I needed him. Make a common enemy by just blaming the Japanese. Sure, okay. That works. Australia looks to its leaders. Okay, so... Okay, so if we don't fix things, then I think we might get a new leader, and it might be somebody that we don't like. I think he's also a dated communist leader. Wait, no, that's literally the same guy. Okay, so if we fail, nothing happens. But it's not what we want. We still want increased stability and war support. So if we can get very high cabinet trust... Oh, I get it. So either we blame Japan, which makes them angry, but it will allow us to actually finish this off instantly. So it's kind of like, is Japan going to instantly war deck me for this? That is the question, I think. And it's a question I am willing to answer. I guess I could also give myself... You know what, actually? It's much better if I do this, isn't it? Well, I've reduced stability. That's not that great. Reduce political power, but I get stability in communism. You know what, actually? I think it's not even useful for us to go with this. Screw it. This is not even a very good option. This is better because I get a permanent buff. This is decent because, well, I don't like the weekly stability drop. Maybe it's not that good. Then we can get increased stability and communism. So I think I'm actually down for this one. And I'm down for this one. And we wait for those to complete. It'll bump up our trust, and then we can finish this. I think that actually is just better. But yeah, we do need to pick someone else up. The game said you will be picking up the intelligence officer, whether you like it or not. Oh, we lost the military staff guy as well. Shoot. Okay, he's a lot more important to replace. Also, a bit of a question. Do we care about smoke generators? I think they might be good on our destroyers that we don't want to have die instantly. Fleet speed while retreating so they can get out of there as soon as they encounter like real ships whenever they're doing submarine hunting. Oh wait, it's a global stat thing. It's literally free. Oh. I guess that means it's a buff and we don't need to take it yet. Do I have enough energy? Energy demand, generate. Okay, yeah, we have more than enough. Okay, this is just super cheap. I'll pick this up. Unless there's something I need to actually research as something to build. But I don't think I need to at this point. Well, dual purpose battery actually is useful in the... What do you call them? On the carriers. Other than that... Could start going down fuel refining, because we are going to need to pick up many of these levels. We don't have very much oil. Well, we'll get it from Indonesia, in theory. Maybe. Okay, let's go ahead and pick up... It's gonna be a bit of a weird one, but actually, I will just give myself the first level of light tank. Might sound a little bit weird, but the only purpose for that is the flamethrowers. Speaking of which, anything for flamethrowers? No, I don't think so. Armament? No, okay, we'll just go with that one then. Just one level of tank. Just one. Oh, there we go. The destroyers are done. So the fleet right now is looking very... something. I don't know. Is it worth refitting these destroyers? Because I'm looking at the design here, and these are... wow, these are mid. These are really not that good. They are the destroyer ones. I could probably refit them into being just the depth charge ones. Speaking of depth charge ones, I do need to start building those. So we need to go down to our early destroyers. And you are just going to have depth charge 2s on you. I mean, we are picking up depth charge 3s. How long will that take? 33 days? I can wait. Oh, hello. Siamese Empire justifying against us. Okay. I don't really know what they're cooking with that, but alright. Screw it, let's start going down fuel refining. Advanced fire control, we're gonna go to our cruisers and update them. Was that the right one? Yeah, Improved Cruiser Mark III. Fire control level 3. And then we're gonna make basically 3 of these, and then go here, or sorry, 1 of those, go here. Improved Cruisers. Then once that's done, we're gonna make 3 of these. Same fleet. Man, playing naval and, you know, naval slash air is actually kind of engaging. Like, there's real stuff you can do. Instead of just like, oh, I'm gonna make a good infantry and then sit back and do nothing. I actually kind of have to think about the game. You know what? It's super cheap. We'll pick this up. Let's not forget with our... we want our actual torpedo naval bomber carriers. Because now we have the medium torpedoes, right? We can only have 1, because why would we have 2? Self-sealing fuel tanks. Maybe not, because that increases the weight too much. Oh, we just need to have level 2. Hey Sprite-Mon, how's it going? You're in for some real HOI4 plane designer gameplay. Everything designer gameplay. We have not gone to war yet. I've just been trying to figure out exactly what I want to build for a super long time. Yeah, it's so disappointing that I can't have more of these. But oh well. Okay, so level 2 is for carrier naval bombers. I think this will have to do. Probably fine as it is for now. Yeah, they're not that expensive either. Okay, hey, well, here's what it is. So we need to make some of these naval bombers, aircraft naval bombers. And then I think once we have a total... Well, we're going to pick up more of these naval dockyards. Once we have 20 naval dockyards, I think I'll start making more military factories. Doing good. Celebrated your little brother graduating high school 2 weeks ago. Oh yeah, it is kind of around that time for many places. Over here, that would be more so end of June, start of July. I think actually most schools are out June 25th, maybe, I feel like, where I live. Miwin, no aluminum either? Okay. We do need to ensure cabinet loyalty. We're gonna do that. That's super important, actually. There we go. Jack Miles is now reliable. He's no longer giving us reduced political power and stability. He's now giving us extra. Wait, no, it doesn't even remove his old traits. That's super funny. He has the same traits as before. That is actually hilarious. Okay, man. As exciting as an average business. Oh, hold on. Hold that thought for a second. Welcome in, everybody from the Real Alpaca stream. Emo Uprising indeed. Did I say emo? Emu Uprising indeed. Yeah, you're not really watching too much waging war. It's a lot of designing a lot of things, because we're playing Naval Australia. So I've spent like the past hour and a half just creating a whole bunch of designs for things. Welcome in, everybody. It's been kind of a slow gameplay thing going on around here, I'm not gonna lie. But I think pretty soon we're gonna look towards actually breaking up the allies, breaking up their colonies, by making them go communist. Not quite yet, though. We can also do volunteer forces, but I don't really know if I'm volunteering. Can I get more weekly manpower? I actually could if I really wanted to, but it'll take a while. Okay, I think it might finally be time for us to break from the allies. I think it's finally time. Because then we're going to start building up communist sentiment, and then while we're doing that, we are going to fix our citizen army issues. I think that should work. So, yeah, let's leave the allies. What's the plan for Australia? So, the idea here... Actually, no, I need to respond to the last message first. As exciting as an average business engineering meeting, where you have to explain to some business guy why it doesn't work for 2 hours. Yeah, pretty much. Maybe a little bit more interesting. Just a touch. I do remember that being like a big lesson in at least one of my computer science courses. It was, I think it was testing, maybe? Software testing? No, maybe it was something else, but anyway, he's like, alright, we're gonna give you design specifications, but we're gonna do it as if we are a customer. In other words, we're gonna make it super vague, and you're just gonna have to interpret it and figure it out. That was actually one of the assignments. And he would like intentionally throw some things in there that were meant to sound stupid and not possible, or like just not easily doable. And the point behind that was to get people to go to him and ask for clarification, which is what you would actually have to do. I don't know, it was really annoying, I'm not gonna lie. So, what's the plan for Australia? The idea here is we build carriers. Big naval meta. That's the idea. So right now we have 17 naval dockyards. And I am hoping to build more. Because I want to have many carriers and many planes on those carriers. Oh, there's the Siamese Empire. Right, we do need a new one of these guys. I think I would like the defense guy, probably. Alright, now that we've left the Allies, we are the Australian People's Republic. Right, we do get a new name for that. Okay, so first objective is to go straight down to the Australian Commonwealth. But Commonwealth as in like the common turn. Isn't that funny? Isn't that a silly little name? Okay, we're definitely going with long range. As for capital ships, we're not really building capital ships. Let's see here. Torpedo attack for screens? Yup. Torpedo attack for screens. And then we will pick this up and that up too. We do have available planes, but I think, yeah, they're the carrier ones. I actually need some rubber. Oops, that auto declined. We do need some rubber. We will pick up from... There really are no communists that have rubber. Okay, we're gonna get some rubber from Siam, I guess. Sure. Oh right, I did say I was going to start making a few different things. We want to go down here to our early destroyers because we don't care about anything except for getting anti-submarine warfare. Depth charges, and then I guess like the lightest possible, the cheapest, lightest possible battery. And we also want sonar, of course. We'll pick up the good sonar for sub-detection. That's going to go onto the... Yeah, I think we want them to be built by those guys. And then that's it. So these guys, these destroyers are going to be just for anti-submarines. So they're super cheap, they only deal with submarines, and then they have the strongest engines so that they can outrun any faster or any larger, stronger navies. Because they don't need to engage, they just need to deal with submarines, and that's it. So I think this should be a fine template. They're not too expensive either, which is good. So, yeah, we'll build these. I think the only benefit we would get from having, like, the new, better... What do you call them? The new, better destroyers that we'd have more slots for anti-submarine warfare, but I think they'd be more expensive. Then you could put 3 of them on here. And then get the cheapest thing with advanced sonar. 1374 versus... Yeah, that is like 30% more expensive. Yeah, being like 33% more expensive to get 1 extra anti-submarine mortar. I don't think I care that much. So let's go ahead and bring these up. We're gonna build a little fleet of, I think, like 8 of these. They would still get one shot by torpedoes too. That is probably also true. I don't know how many of these we're gonna need, but screw it. You'll set up here. We're so close to getting our actual first carrier. What do you know? Set the default. Ooh, what the hell is this? Okay, anyway. I assume we're not going to need too many of these, probably. Maybe I'll build like 12 of them. Also, we're producing nothing because we have no iron, no steel. Okay, I guess I will import some steel. Because we're actually producing nothing. We do need these bauxite deposits, but that's going to be after I pick these guys up. Alright, so basic light tank just sitting there for the time being. What's next? Construction. More construction. Afterwards, more stuff. We go over here, we're gonna get this guy for the army XP. We could actually, let's see here. Yeah, we could pick up our air doctrine, but I think right now what we're gonna do is pick up or start producing actually decent heavy fighters. So remember, we can actually get engine 3s on this thing now. So these heavy fighters can be a lot better. I'm considering giving them extra fuel tanks. Production cost isn't that much higher. Air defense does go down quite a bit. Same with agility, though. I don't know. We'll build a few of these, and then if I feel like they need extra range, then I'll throw the range on there, but I feel like these are probably fine. Just make these things absolutely disgusting to fight against. So 3 on that would be nice. And I guess I should design a CAS at some point. Maybe. Do we care about agility on CAS? I feel like we kind of don't. Maybe the self-sealing fuel tanks. I feel like they actually could use the extra fuel tanks. Because the casts do not have very good range. So air defense goes down. It's not that more expensive. Not that much. Oh, hold on. Now we're creating issues with this. Okay, well, we would have had issues anyway, I guess. Yeah, so we need to get one engine 2. Oh, maybe one engine 3. There we go. We'll get the self-sealing fuel tanks. And then whatever else I'm able to put on this thing. Yeah, it's not really that much more expensive. Okay, so I think we'll do this for the cast. It'd be more expensive than it has to be, but whatever. And it's going to be light aircraft designer, so we can get cast bonuses. And we're not going to build that many yet. Okay, boy, we are going to need a few things. You're not really willing to export all that much, so we're going to ask British Malaya for some stuff. We're going to go and ask the Soviets for a bit of aluminum. But we would like to also get our own aluminum as well. Anti-air upgrades, cool. We do actually want the next AA. And then I think also I'm just going to change what this looks like. There we go. Big Marines, logistics company, probably a decent idea. Sure. And then the 7-2 is also logistics company, I think. Do I still have my attaché? I do, perfect. Oh, the name of Japan changes. It goes from the Japanese Empire, or Empire of Japan, to Imperial Japan. It's kind of weird. Okay, make common cause. Let's go over to Red Fred here. Oh, Fred Patterson becomes the leader for the Communist Party. Oh, shoot. Maybe I should have rushed picking this guy up first. Because now we're going to lose the reliable stat. Oops. Well, you live and you learn, I guess. Oh, also, hey, carrier. Carrier spotted, ladies and gentlemen. The first Australian carrier now available for service. It's so peak. Okay, now, we also want to go to our escort carriers here. And maybe build a few of these. They are not nearly as good as the improved carriers, but they are cheaper and far faster to create, I think. So that's going to be the benefit. Do they have the same deck size? Hangar space, 20. Ooh, so they're not actually as good with the deck size. But they are cheaper. Kind of doubting myself with this one at this point. Anyway, More hangar space. A deck size of 40? This feels sad. Only 40 on these. Well, hey, we wanted more carriers, I guess. Dual purpose, get the anti-air. Only 40. Only 40. Man, these things are slow. I don't know if I like the escort carriers that much, but screw it, I'm gonna go ahead and build them, I guess. I mean, production cost is $51.29. When you compare that to the improved carriers being 11, almost 12,000, I think I can probably live with this. How many carriers can you reasonably have in a group anyway? What is it, 4? I'm not even going to finish building 4 carriers by the end of the game if I don't make the better ones. Or if I don't make the escort ones. Alright, I'll just make these, it's whatever. Escort carrier. Bring that to the top. That's gonna go into here. We want to build 3 of these bad boys. The anti-sub destroyers don't matter that much. After 4 you get negative effects, okay. See, this is a lot faster to build. I feel like I can build these 3 carriers within the next, like, year and a half. And then we're actually kind of cooking. Also, I forgot I do have a new faction now. Short-term goal... Yeah, you know what? Convoy sufficiency is actually a big one. Bring this here. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We actually do want a whole lot of convoys. Yeah, unfortunately, John Cena here, he is gonna have to leave. Real Red Fred Patriots are gonna be in charge. How are you gonna successfully invade anybody? We're gonna build infantry, like we're gonna build actual units. I just haven't done it yet because I haven't gotten the equipment for it yet. But yeah, like we're running a pretty classic, we can just decommission that. Classic 7.2s. They even say it on the tin. Like we have manpower, like we can build units. I just haven't been doing it. Although maybe I should at this point. Just to see what I'm missing. There we go. Fred Patterson. Yeah, I kind of messed up. Now we actually have, I think, less overall stability, but oh well. So, we need to unlock the Union control decisions. We're going to infiltrate, starting with New Zealand and hopefully the Dutch East Indies. We also don't need chromium anymore, so that's a saved Civ factory. That's nice. And we're going to get 1 less steel as well. That is improved anti-air. Should probably throw that on some of the ships as well. What else do we want? I mean, we could start with the atomic research. We do like having nukes. But maybe at this point, since we're getting closer to actually going to war, I should start researching all of my buffs. Yeah, let's start buffing the Navy. So, first thing we want is going to be... Well, actually, it wouldn't be too bad to get the better armor, but that's only for the light cruisers. Definitely pick up torpedo 3s, actually. That's huge for us. I don't know why I didn't do that. I feel dumb. Move the anti-air. Let me actually go to my ships. Improved carrier. I'm just going to swap this out for the better thing here. For anti-air 3. And we can retrofit that carrier. Just because I really don't want that thing to die. That would kind of suck. And then the light cruisers. Well, do we care about the anti-air on the light cruisers? Maybe a little bit. Maybe that's fine. Oh, we do need to upgrade all of the secondary batteries. Oh, never mind. We only have the one dual purpose. Okay. Would Cyan be an option to invade, or is that later? That's probably going to be later. Yeah, screw it. We'll get a little anti-air on these improved cruisers. Go ahead and do the same thing. We'll build one of those. Then we'll go build the improved cruisers again. With like this, and we'll build 2 of those. We'll retrofit as well. So when it comes to actually putting planes on ships, what's the kind of ratio that I'm looking for? Yeah, I think we'll pick this guy up, actually. Another operator slot. Yeah, and you're sitting in Japan giving me some intel. What are we looking at here? 17 to 30 dockyards, and we have 22. So we kind of also have 17 to 30. More dockyards. South Australia, not a great place to be building, to be honest. Fuel refining, it's probably fine as it is for now. Yeah, we will want to pick up the... Well, we can wait a little bit for that. We're going to keep on buffing the Navy. We do... Well, those are battle cruisers and battleships. So unless we're getting light cruisers... Ooh, we could get light attack on the light cruisers. If we go far enough, but... For now, we'll go with the firefighting drills. What does Fred remind you of? Megamind with the size of his forehead. I'm not even talking about the fact that he's bald, I'm just talking about the fact that he has a very elongated head shape. Okay, I think after this we're going to start building some mill factories. Alright, guess what? You're also going to spy... Maybe you don't spy on Japan for me. Maybe you do spy on Indonesia.
All set.
Alright, you all can deploy.
Yeah.
Congrats. You're actually... Yeah, we're gonna build some marines as well. 3 of them. And then I guess we'll just, flesh out the rest of the 7-2s with 7 more of these. But we are going to need a lot more support equipment. That's a big thing that we're missing. Okay, so what kind of decisions do we have here? We need to infiltrate trade unions in British Malaya, British Burma, the British Raj, and the Dominion of New Zealand. The Raj could not be targeted until New Zealand, Malaya, Burma, the Philippines, and Indonesia have all fallen to communist rule. Okay. So I guess we'll start with New Zealand. We do need a lot of political power for this. What else can we do here? Max Volunteer Force divisions. Operative slots. We do like having more operative slots. We'll pick that up, but what we're really interested in right now, I think... Okay, interesting. What we're really interested in right now is going to be fixing our citizen army. That's one of the big things that we really have to fix. I think we also get more military factories down here. Yeah, we do. So that's a good thing to pick up, I think. Now, it might have actually kind of messed up a little bit. Perhaps we should not build nearly as many of these, and maybe we need a few more civs, actually. So we're gonna do something kind of like this. Just because I'm afraid we're starting to run out of civs. Or like, we're not gonna have what we need for civs. Maybe Queensland, we're gonna go ahead and drop 1 civ in here. Yeah, maybe we'll do something like this. Construction 4, very nice. We do want excavation 4 as well, because boy, we are running out of resources. Continue buffing the Navy. Let's see. We've kind of grabbed everything we can. We do want landing craft. So we can increase the capacity. There we go, radar, very nice. I feel like I'm getting towards the end of the game and I've done nothing. I've done pretty much nothing this entire campaign. Just sitting here building ships. Enjoying my shipbuilding simulator. Let's also go to the escort shipyard here, give them a policy. These are for screens, so it really is like the light cruisers that will get the most benefit out of these. Deck size +1. What did I build those carriers with? Or this carrier with? What company was this? No company. I might be the dumbest person alive. Oh, I can't build. Okay, never mind, never mind. I'm not the dumbest person alive. I lied. It's just pointless to use this. Okay. Wait, is this all carriers or carriers built with this? Carrier deck size +1, all military industrial organization equipments get max range. This might just be literally global. I don't know, screw it, we're gonna go with production output cost. More ships. Okay, cool. Okay, we don't really have armor. Sure, we'll pick that up. Germany at war with the Soviets. A crime against communism. How could this be? How could they do this to us? Okay, yeah, we gotta pick this up. Siamese Empire declares war on the Yunnan clique. Fascinating. Wait, you didn't even take Vichy France! Oh, you idiot, you fool, you clown, you. South Indochina. Oh, wait, what the hell? Yeah, you didn't even... Wait a minute. Wait a minute, you didn't even take the stuff. Now, what time is it? Chat, I only have like maybe an hour and a half. I haven't even started the war yet. We could also pick up... Can I get better Marines? Hell yeah. Expeditionary units. So many words on this screen. Pioneers, don't care about those. Support artillery. Increase defense. Okay, so it gives the Marines a whole bunch of defense if you give them support. Okay, that's cool. Soft attack and organization for Marines. We get extra shore bombardment bonus. Okay. Okay, so commandos are like, what if you have absolutely no support and you just have to lock in? Yeah, so the commandos can exfiltrate from any coastal province. So this is we have no support, we just need you to lock in path to the Marines. And the expeditionary forces are okay, we actually do have a navy, so we're gonna help you out. I'm pretty sure that's the difference between these two. Okay, so we're gonna take this expeditionary unit 1. And then for the second one, we might even do rangers, I don't know. Okay, so we do have some reserved mastery, cool. Infantry, what are you gonna do? I feel like infantry are gonna go with individual excellence, probably. Gives you better movement and attack in jungles and hills. Generally improves the trickle back. The field hospitals, so that's nice. We get some breakthrough as well. I think it's either going to be individual excellence or assault infantry. I think I'll go with individual excellence. Screw it. Air doctrine. Well, let's go with naval doctrine. What do we want to do? We want carriers for sure. This is a lot of ideas for carriers. I haven't thought this deeply about carrier combat ever before. Let me just read what these are. Success in naval combat depends on concentrating as much striking power as possible at the single decisive point. Carriers are powerful but vulnerable in direct combat. They must first be survivable. Okay, it's kind of hard to read with my massive head in the way, but there's really no way to fix that in this case. So this doesn't really give you torpedo anything for destroyers, it just gives you surface detection and a bunch of light attack, organization, max speed, that kind of thing. So it's basically buffing destroyers to try and be better screens for carriers, but in this case it's not that useful for us. I don't even know what repair and support ships are, so I feel like I'm just not really going to use them. It does give buffs to escort carriers, but it's not stuff that I care about. Floating airfields. Naval air attacks from carriers increase. Reduces the overcrowding on carriers. I don't know what that means, but okay. Weather penalty increases organization. Sure. Battle groups give you naval max range factor, naval air targeting from carriers. I think the thing that makes the most sense for us is probably going to be either massed carrier fleet for the sortie efficiency and for the, I guess for the anti-air as well. It reduces the carrier air wing sortie delay as well. Should have gotten a World of Warships sponsorship for this stream. True. Or like a War Thunder sponsor. I think I kind of like massed carrier fleet. I think I'll go with this one. Yeah, sortie efficiency, carrier air wing, sortie delay. So it's kind of like concentrated firepower, but on carriers. Cool, we'll take it. Screens, we'll get around to that eventually. Air doctrine. Fighter aircraft. We want naval aviation. That is the easiest pickup of my life. Yoink. And then we might be going with... Ooh, what's the difference? We have so many. We have ground naval coordination, precision naval bombing, sea-to-shore air power, and torpedo swarm tactics. We have 4 things for our naval bombers. Oh, okay, so these are regular naval bombers. But I want a lot of carrier naval bombers. Okay, I think we want sea-to-shore air power. I think that's what we're going for. Medium aircraft are our heavy fighters. Long-range escort would give us additional range on those heavy fighters, which does sound pretty good. Long-range escorts is kind of the idea here, actually. Yeah, we'll do that too. Okay, then we go to our officer corps. We can pick up more things. I think I kind of want theater training, maybe. Terrain traits XP gain. We definitely want logistical focus to reduce the fuel consumption. That's huge for us, at least for now. And maybe also theater training. We probably want integrated air arm into the Navy. Sure. Maybe massed strike as well. Sure. Hey, don't worry. I'm sure by the end of today's stream we will have at least the war started. Surely.
Oi, listen up.
Japan demands French Indochina and they folded under zero pressure. Cool. Alright, yeah, we gotta fix this. Also, what's this? Add war carriers. Interesting. Now let's start infiltrating New Zealand. How about that?
Good to go.
Ooh, oh right, I did change my Marines a little bit. They don't cost as much. We can add 2 more. Okay, anything for the planes? I don't think so. We got... Actually, no. We want to pick up this. Because we're going to want the next level of guns. Japan declares war on the Siamese Empire and then immediate white peace. Okay. Agent killed? What even happened? Okay, we're probably going to want to pick up conscription at some point. We also make sure that my fleets here are better organized, so we have... spotting, I assume, can also be against... submarines, maybe? Let's make sure that we actually have some planes on here. Also, I might make this my... oh, I can't do that. Can't unassign? No, I can, okay. Because, yeah, that's a cool ship and all that. Unfortunately, we have the goated carrier. Costs 100 to unassign? That's dumb, never mind. Okay, instigate revolution in the Dominion of New Zealand. You just need 20% support for the communists. Okay, maybe what we do is we actually bring you over to boost ideology. Oh, well, we have to do this. There we go, new operative. Sure. You are going to boost ideology in New Zealand. Just to make them more communist. Now, we will go ahead and pick this up. Oh, we need the second Australian Imperial Force. Okay, so we actually have 3 more focuses to go down. But before we do that, I do kind of want an extra operative. Whenever I'm playing HOI4, I feel like I'm always doing... like I'm missing something. Something minor, but I'm gonna find out, you know? Like, oh, maybe I didn't actually refit my ships or something, I don't know. Or I have like 7 different navies here for some reason. Anti-sub-destroyer. Yeah, you're going to this fleet. And you are my improved cruiser, you're going to this fleet. Then actually these early destroyers, I think we're going to send you to this fleet. And I'm actually going to just change you completely to the anti-sub-destroyers. Because you kind of suck. How do I change what your... what is your template? How do I change that? Refit ships? There we go. And the convoys, they matter, but not that much. Improved cruisers will, of course, go to this squadron. Let's see. Anti-sub-destroyers will go to... there. Also, what even are floating harbors? I think still to this day I've never figured out what these are for. Can be assembled to create a sheltered landing space to unload supplies. Okay, so it's like a logistics thing, I guess. Japan declares war on the United States. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay, let's see if we can pick some other things here. So what is this? Oh, okay. So if we infiltrate all at the same time and then we organize International Workers' Solidarity March, then we can extend the campaigns. When does this infiltration end? February of 1942. So boosted by 60 days. I just don't know if it matters that much. If we can get them up to 20%, then it kind of works, right? Although it does make me wonder, should I want to try and, you know, have more? Maybe. Maybe spy companies to spread ideology. That is kind of what we're doing to start with. Let's go ahead and infiltrate some more trade unions. Let's see what we can do with that. Also, I have a bunch of messages on Discord. Oh, that is me also getting spammed in a different Discord with a bunch of @everybody's. Cool. Okay, let's drop these Marines down. You're gonna be in another army. Do we have any Marine guys here? No, but we do have jungle rats, and I do kind of like having them.
Ready, boss.
Let's not forget we do want Field Marshal. What can I give you? Infantry expert, okay. Infantry, I assume, does also apply to Marines. Floating harbors give you 1 month of a harbor of level 1. After that, it's removed. Oh, okay. So it's like kind of giving you some supply for landing, I suppose.
What's the go?
Okay, I do like this guy because he has enormous attack bonus. And it's super funny. Actually, does the experience to go up a level, does that increase over the course of getting more levels? Because maybe we start with somebody who's not that good, just so that we can give him more stuff, you know? Whatever, doesn't matter too much. Screw it, you're in charge of the Marines. Oh shoot, right. You're being refit. I think. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Go ahead and do that. We don't need to import things. That's rubber. Oops. We need to import as much steel. Mastery reward unlocked. Sure, I'll take it. Also, I'm going to need you guys to do some naval exercises. And I'm going to want all of these carriers, all of these planes. That's actually a lot of planes for these carriers. God damn. I guess I do have my 2 carriers now. Anyway, I want all my planes here to do their naval exercises, or their plane exercises. Not when they are docked on a port. Well, just give it a second. There you go. You guys are refitting. Okay, well, you're gonna join this once you're done. Try and, I think just regularly train up. Also, what are you good at? Lancer? Not exactly what I'm looking for here. Hunter killer, submarine attack, submarine detection. Is that what we want? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, hunter killer, that makes sense. Ooh, you are really good at your job. Okay, you are also... You're gonna spread communism for me. In... that's a really good question. British Burma, I guess. No. British Malaya. First we need to actually have a spy network. Also, Philippines are cooked. Might be a really bad idea for me to try and spread communism when Japan is very successfully invading the Pacific. Maybe I am making the situation worse. Much to think about here. That's okay. I'll save everybody from Japan, I think. I'll do it. Maybe. It really depends. Oh yeah, how are those heavy fighters looking? First of all, these ships, we don't really need you. I think I'm just going to get rid of you. How do I undeploy? Who knows? Alright, we're gonna deploy the improved heavy fighters. All 6 of them. Oh my god, it's so cooked. All 6 of them. And then we are gonna need to build a few more of these. We're building 3.7 per month. It is cooked. How many Emu Wars jokes have been made in today's stream? Actually, I think 0. I've been so locked in on the fleet designer, the ship designer, that I haven't even had the time to make my dumb jokes. I've been learning a lot about HOI4 naval gameplay today. Actually building carriers for the first time. Okay, we are up to... we're gonna have 29 naval factories. Let's make that a solid 30, and then we're gonna build a lot more of these for our planes. So, also, I think... okay, these are our better cruisers. I actually want to refit these. These cruisers are also incredibly mid. I might even just get rid of them. I don't know if you could call these real cruisers. They're so incredibly mid. I think they would actually be a waste of fuel out on the ocean. That's how bad they are. So maybe you two actually just go into reserves. That is not at all what I wanted, actually. Like, not even slightly. What did I do? I have no idea. Anyway, these two cruisers... how do I split you off? No, that's not how that works. Okay, I'm so confused. Okay, put this guy back. Cruiser, cruiser. There must be a button for this. I haven't found it, but there must be one. Ah, of course. Off in the corner like that. Perfect. Okay, so you guys are actually just going to go into reserve. Maybe. Maybe not. Aha! I'm figuring it out. Okay, and a lot of our destroyers actually suck. I mean, yeah, they are the cheap basic destroyers, but I kind of want the better cheap basic destroyers. Oh god, yeah, these are actually so bad. Okay, I need to make a lot more of the better destroyers, like these ones. Yeah, I need to make more of these. I only made one of these? You gotta be kidding me. I genuinely only made one. Shoot, I need to make a lot more of those. My torpedo destroyers Mark IV. These are the best destroyers we have, right? Improved destroyers? Yeah, okay. And I think... yeah, I actually have better torpedo launchers as well. Okay, so this is going to be the next one, the better one, Mark IV. Definitely want to build these. Yeah, we want to build many of them. How many? That's a good question. Well, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, and we're going to have 5, 6 capital ships in this, if you include these two Or the carriers, and then whatever the hell these are. They're not very good, but we'll keep them, I guess. So 2 more carriers are coming in. We need to have, what is that, 24 total screens? So we should make, I think, a total 16, so like 15 more of these improved destroyers. Maybe. That might take a while. We also distinguish these. So this navy is going to be the anti-submarine. Let's give a little jellyfish. Oops. Anti-subfleet. This is...
Orders, boss?
Alright, how's that communism looking? Not super communist. It's getting there in New Zealand, actually. So that's neat. We should also try and maybe spread more communism to Indonesia and the Philippines. Now, it's going to be a little interesting with the Philippines, because the actual one we're targeting is the Second Philippine Republic. But that does actually make it significantly funnier. Why did the emu cross the street? For the love of the international proletariat or something. I don't know. Try and get out of figuring out HOI4 naval gameplay. Okay, maybe we should try and pick up limited conscription. Maybe. To remove the colonialist chicken, restore Australia to its marsupial avian dominance. Real. For far too long, the chicken's the representation of imperialism has reigned in Australia. From now on, we will raise and consume emus. Also, why do I have no supply? Can't be that bad, can it? Oh, because I have not been caring about the railways at all. I didn't even think about the ports. You know, that might be the thing that I'm forgetting. Remember earlier I was like, there's always something I'm forgetting when it comes to playing HOI4. I think I found it. Oh, I definitely should have picked one of these guys up, but it's just a lot of political power. Alright, the civs are done. We're just going to build a whole bunch of these mill factories. Unfortunately, we're kind of running out of space for them, too. But we do need them. 30 naval dockyards. You think that's going to be enough against Japan, you guys? I feel like it might be. We have 23 to 35. I feel like we have more than they do. I don't know. Let me just go ahead and tell my friend about something in terms of timing. Alright. I think we can probably square off against Japan. Probably. Maybe. Now, I'm going to save before I click any of these options, because we're going to slowly turn countries communist. We're going to go ahead and flip New Zealand. We'll see how well this goes. So what actually happens here? For 30 days... New Zealand gets on our own. No. When it's done, then they get on our own after 30 days. Which means that they cannot call allies. Communist supporters start a civil war. They're only at 33%, so I'm not too confident, but we're going to give it a shot anyway. And if all else fails, we are currently planning a naval invasion, so... Also, I do need oil. We'll get some from the Soviets. Hopefully I'm importing from the Soviets up here. I am not. Okay, never mind. Is this even worth it at this point? It's kind of late into the game. I don't know. I don't want to import too much oil, so I would like more fuel gain per oil. But then, of course, eventually we do get Indonesia. At least in theory we do. When I'm looking at it, I don't think I even saw Indonesia in this. Oh, I'm stupid. Never mind. Ignore me. Oh, also, right. I need you guys to do things. You need to spread communism for me. Ooh, 49%. Do like those odds. Free dockyards. Never thought I'd see the day. Okay, we're making a whole bunch of improved destroyers, I think. This is dumb, but you know what? I'm just gonna do that again. Just gonna start a second line of these. They're both the Mark IVs, eh? Mark IV outdated. Is the Mark IV outdated? I don't think so. Improved destroyers, level 3s are still the best we've got. So the main design isn't outdated. Maybe there are outdated things on here. Oh yeah, that's probably it. Okay, never mind. We do need more of these. Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and do that. Okay, and then anything else for Navy? Not at the moment, I don't think. Nothing for air right now. Energy's fine. Okay, I guess we can push for better anti-air. Oh, I keep forgetting. I need to upgrade all of these support companies. Improve support companies, and also I would like to pick up the land warfare guy. I just completely forgot to do that, so that's been sitting there doing absolutely nothing for the past, like, 3 years. Oops. Alright, are you guys communist yet? I think it would be a lot cooler if you were. Hey, the People's Republic of Aotearoa. Beautiful. So are we at war with them? No. Can I send you volunteers? Yes. Negotiate market access. What is that? Oh right, that's for like, I think purchasing guns and stuff. Okay. How many units do you have? I have no clue. Oh, shoot. Surely you guys will win this, right? Surely. Let me just go ahead and, make sure we can send volunteers with our Marines here. Yeah, let's maybe do that, just in case. Just in case. Man, nobody has, like, literally any aluminum? There's nothing here? Man, this stinks. Oh, okay. I can supply arms to them. I think it's significantly easier and better if we can just send the volunteers. Sooner rather than later would be very nice. This music is going crazy. Let's start actually doing all this. Alright, I can't draw a front line here. What do you mean? These are volunteers. I mean, I can't fight an actual war with the volunteers? Come on. Diplomatic protest? Screw off.
Ready, boss. All set. What's the go?
There we go. Easy.
All set. Orders, boss.
Oh. Huh? Huh? Huh?
What's the go?
Pardon me? Germany? Where the hell did you come from?
Boy, listen up.
Huh? So do I just auto-fail this? Huh? What is happening? Why? What?
Good to go.
Yeah, you know what? Sure. All right. Cool.
Boy, listen up.
My genuine reaction to that information. Okay, can I recall my volunteers, please? No. Okay.
Righto.
Right then. That's neat.
Good to go.
D&D today again? No, that was actually yesterday. The first time one of my players felt true fear. Britain is not dead. They still exist. We just gave Germany occupation over parts of New Zealand for the love of the game. I'm not entirely sure why. Anyway, are you in my faction? No, you're not in my faction. Can I invite you to my faction? No. Okay. Not allowed to join factions. Okay. I am not in the Axis. I'm in the Commonwealth. You know, but it's like Commonwealth, like C-O-M-I-N, like the common turn, but it's Commonwealth. I am extremely confused. Also, I will pick this up, actually. For trucks, production cost reduction's cool. I guess we'll do that. And then we'll do this, and then we'll do that. Reduce fuel usage. Right, you guys need to be on engage at low risk, naval target options. You are only going after submarines. That is your only job. The only thing you can do, to be honest. How are the planes on these ships doing? That's a whole lot of planes. Wait a second. What is this navy? What are we cooking? This navy is something that shouldn't exist. That's what it is. So these ships are supposed to be here. I don't know how I messed that up that badly. Yeah, these need to go to... Yeah, they need to go to this navy. Okay, that was weird. If Kami Aotearoa can have Maori representation, where's the Aborigine representation for Kami Australia? We granted immediate rights, so that's good. That's cool. Kind of waiting to see what's going to happen with this. But yeah, we definitely want infiltrate trade unions in Indonesia. Right, and we have no steel. Also, all of these need to be normal operations during the day. We're not trying to be crazy with this. Okay, can I get my volunteers back, please? Are we done with this? Because the thing is, because we've technically pushed the Dominion of New Zealand out of, you know, New Zealand. So there's an immediate white peace with the People's Republic of Aotearoa. But like, why is this controlled by Germany? It's... Man, this run might actually be cooked. Why does Germany have this? I don't understand. Let's just see what happens. Nothing. Nothing happens. Germany just gets to have part of New Zealand. Why? Germany in New Zealand, why? That is the question of the hour. Okay, well, can I get my volunteers back, please? Can I have them? Are you in my faction? A war against the Dominion of New Zealand. Oh, because you're not dead yet. Okay, hold on. Maybe we just need to cook a little bit.
Yeah.
Realistically, we only need like one guy on this. I was thinking, like, how is it possible for that war to not be done if they don't exist? And neither of them are in a faction. Well, I guess the Dominion of New Zealand isn't a faction.
What's the go?
40 days to plan a naval invasion? That doesn't make any sense. I'm sending one guy over.
Orders, boss?
Probably should start researching the more advanced stuff. Screw it, advanced destroyer, sure. Dockyards. What am I even building at this point? I guess we could build more cruisers. Or I could at least retrofit some of them. These two need to become the better kind. This also needs to be refit. And then after that, we're going to get our improved cruisers. Mark 8. Those will also join this, and we're going to build another 4 of these, I guess.
All set?
Okay, so I don't know if I can actually do this naval invasion. I guess we'll find out. A communist is Indonesia, not communist enough. Malaya, pretty communist, very nice. I think I would like to make you more communist. Indonesia would be a nice next stepping point, I think.
Righto.
And then I guess we're gonna have to send out the Navy for a brief second. Feels kind of overkill to send out the entire carrier fleet, but hey. Just a little show of force. Okay, so maybe I should upgrade the naval bases a little bit. Wait, what is a naval headquarters? Allows you to assign an admiral to increase effectiveness of task forces operating within range of the headquarters. Oh, interesting. Okay. But only if we have a naval base of at least level 8. Okay, I don't know what level we have in the capital, but we're just gonna spam it, I guess. It's level 6. So we can build 2 of those, and then we can actually build a naval headquarters. But maybe we should build more of these. Build some here, build some here. I don't know, just in case.
Ready, boss.
Okay, let's send out the Navy. Wow, this range is so much lower than I thought it would be. I genuinely did not expect this. I thought we'd at least be able to reach this far. Huh. Well, it might still work. We'll go ahead and double this up with the cruisers. Alright, how are you feeling about this naval invasion now? Nothing has changed. That's excellent. I think that's really good. Really good sign. Does it not actually know how to get dominance? Do I need to just patrol? Like, how do I get naval dominance? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay. So you should be able to go there, right? We have 0 out of 375 required. Can we not do a naval invasion because I'm not actually at war with New Zealand? It can't actually be this cooked, right? Like, you can't... What the hell? So I can't do a naval invasion because I'm using my ships and I have naval dominance, but isn't there somebody you forgot to ask? And that is that there's a separate war technically? It really is a, isn't there somebody you forgot to ask kind of moment. I have the naval dominance, the Marines are willing to invade, but didn't you ask the game for permission first? Okay, so we can't do this naval invasion because New Zealand, or sorry, the People's Republic of Aotearoa, does not have naval dominance. So my Marines cannot make the naval invasion. That does appear to be the issue. And I can't recall my volunteers. At least I don't think I can. So they're just stuck in an infinite civil war with New Zealand. Need naval dominance in both sea tiles? I think I have it in both sea tiles. Oh, never mind. Now we don't have it in here. Is it not enough to say, hey, just escort them? It really feels like whenever I want to do anything in this game, I'm like pulling nails. It's just... Okay, we're on naval invasion support, so go support a naval invasion then. Go do that. But you don't want to, because the naval invasion won't start. But the naval invasion won't start because we have no dominance, because we won't move.
Ready, boss.
Do I need to split you into two and then get patrol? Do I need to have this navy maybe do patrol over here for naval dominance? Go give it a shot, I guess. And then this navy needs to go do patrol here. Is that gonna work for me? It's a lot of oil I'm using for this. I'm really hoping it pays off. And nobody has any aluminum either. Maybe I have to split this. Hold on. Should I do this with the Navy? Is that something that makes sense? And then maybe do patrol like this. So we have one in each region. Okay. Right. So it's not working. Yeah, so it actually wasn't the problem, as it turns out. We still have 0 out of 375 required. So my original theory that New Zealand specifically needs to have the naval dominance, I think is bearing out.
Orders, boss.
Like, we still can't do the naval invasion. Even though we definitely have dominance now. I think it might be a little bit cooked. We might just have to be at war with the Allies, personally. Might not be the hardest thing to do, because we're going to try and start a revolution in Indonesia, so... Alright, so the navies, they're kind of cooked, okay? So they're not going to be able to do anything, alright? They're going to go back home. You two are going to group up again. So the navies, they can't do anything, that's fine. Also, I want you to give me the flamethrower tank, thank you. And you don't have anything for me, and this is nothing for me right now. I think. Well, actually, maybe proximity fuse isn't that bad. Takes a hell of a long time, though. Next, we want more equipment like this. And then we're also going to want more fighters at some point. I think it's just kind of cooked. Well, let's see if Indonesia bears out to be any better. Although I don't really have that much time. I have like maybe another 20 minutes. But I think it would be pretty easy to do a part 2 of this. So maybe we'll get around to that. Right, let's see if we can figure out a way to get our volunteers back. How do I unvolunteer these? Surely there must be a way to bring your own volunteers back when you need them, right? Send volunteers? Maybe is there like a cancel button? Can I unsend them? Can I just drag them back home? Because I kind of need these. I can't keep them in the forever New Zealand war. How do you withdraw your volunteers? There is no direct recall button for volunteer ground divisions. You must enter a war yourself first. Oh, okay. I mean, that's not ideal, because I would like to be in position first, but... what can you do?
What's the go?
You know what else I'm forgetting? Military police and having some garrisons. Create empty. Literally just get maybe 3 infantry with engineer company. Congrats, you're gonna be maybe 4. Congrats, you are garrisons.
What's the go?
Yeah, how communist are we looking here? 27%? I can work with that. Would also like some more weapons, actually. More building slots, more weapons. Looks like the Soviets are pushing back Germany. Good for them. China's looking kind of cooked, I'm not gonna lie. Need to go to war with Japan soon.
All set? Yeah.
Right, let's not forget, we're gonna pick up one more thing here. There we go. Fighter sortie efficiency. For screens, we're gonna go with Definitely torpedo attack on the destroyers. Unless I can get light attack on the light cruisers. Which we can get. No, that's fine. We'll get the destroyers torpedoes attack. Yeah, sure. Also gets increased sub detection, so that's kind of useful. So better depth charges as well. We don't really have submarines or capital ships unless you're going to give me something for my carriers. Or if I can get light cruiser things, but I don't think so. Sub detection, okay, but not really. I mean, light gun hit chance, useful. No, we just won't touch that for now. Artillery, we do want to give you something. Maybe field engineering? Yeah, sure. Okay, at the very least, before we end off today's stream, I am going to go ahead and start the communist uprising in the Dutch East Indies, in Indonesia. Talking rights with the Soviets? Sure, why not? We'll go ahead and get an advanced carrier as well. Maybe we'll make another one. But yeah, these advanced destroyers, we're gonna do the basic stuff. We're gonna make 2 of them. Actually, no, we're not. We're only gonna make the ones that we want. Torpedo ones. With a very basic light battery, basic anti-air, 4 torpedo launchers. Radar? No, it's probably fine. Don't need these either. And then only a light engine. I'll be fine for those. Make another 8 of them, I guess. These have to go here, these have to go here. And then I think this messed up. Yep, it did, so these need to go here. We can do this, I guess. Man, these medium or these heavy fighters are not as good with their range as I thought they would be. Okay, so as I said, if they're not very good with range, I will give them more. Heavy fighters, you can also have extra fuel tanks. Why does my close air support have more range? How'd you even do that? Alright, Indonesia. roughly 30% communist. I'll take it. That's good enough. I think we can also refit for better anti-air. Okay, refit the carriers. Put those to the top. We'll crack that cipher, I guess. Actually, we'll go with Indonesia. Sure. Alright, finally, we're going to get Indonesia to have a communist uprising. Hopefully this one works a little bit better than the New Zealand one, which is still actually ongoing, I think. Lovely. Maybe more or less of a pain, nobody really knows, I guess we'll find out. I would love to send them these volunteers, but I guess that's not really gonna happen. It is interesting that this mission tree or this focus tree doesn't really bring you to war that much. I mean, we can get claims on the Japanese home isles. It's something. How's Europe doing? They're kind of alright. The Soviets are pushing back into Germany at this point, so it's kind of over for them. But I would like to deal with Japan myself. Maybe what I do is I just finish this one focus, and then I laser into Japan. I just go straight to Japan. Because my whole game plan here essentially was, I'm going to use New Zealand as a test for the mechanic. The mechanic is kind of cooked, alright? Germany has parts of New Zealand for some reason no one understands. And we are not allowed to actually finish this civil war because we're not at war with the Allies. Or we're not at war with actual New Zealand, only their civil war member is, right? So that's kind of cooked. But after that, I wanted to go to Indonesia. And I wanted to use them as my next stepping stone because they have oil, right? So there you go. We have the People's Democratic Front in Indonesia. They have a bunch of oil that we want to buy. Or really, we would like to make them into a protectorate or something. I don't know if we can. But yeah, we're gonna fight this communist civil war. I don't even know how we're gonna fight this, but we'll figure it out. I guess we can supply arms to them, but then we have, don't we have the exact same issue that we had before, chat? Like, they're just gonna capitulate to Japan or something, aren't they? We're doing anything? I would sure love to do something, but I don't think this tree actually lets you do very much. Like, now that I'm really playing it, I'm starting to realize there's not much you can even do here. Because we don't join the war on their side. They have a civil war and we fund it. And that's it. And then, like, they capitulate to Japan or something. Like, you know, we start a civil war in New Zealand, and they capitulate, boom, Germany gets stuff. Why? Who knows? I don't know. So now they're in an eternal war here that we can't actually end. And I feel like that's going to be the same thing. We take over Batavia, they capitulate, boom, Japan gets half of this stuff. Why? Just cause. I think that's what's going to happen, and it's going to be very disappointing. Until I go to war with Japan, and then it will be very satisfying, I think. Now, I don't have that much time, unfortunately. That's maybe the worst part. Well, maybe I'll have some time. Let me just communicate something to one of my friends. Yeah, so basically, I think it's kind of cooked. Also, I do want jet engine, but we'll get around to that. So, what else do we want here? We want that. We want that. Is there anything else we want here? We want this. And that. Medium planes, we definitely want air attack and defense, I think. So, in a last-ditch attempt to be able to do anything in this game, what we're going to do is basically go to war directly with Japan. And I'm going to send some volunteers over to Indonesia just to help them out. So we'll go and grab... I think we can only have 4 volunteers, but it should be enough, maybe. You just need to be in your own army, which is this one. With some guy in charge. He is an expeditionary force leader, so that's good. We're going to send you volunteers. These 4 guys, send air volunteers. Cool. And then I think all we need to do is send over like the attack bombers. Agent captured, that's lovely. So I'm right-clicking. I don't think they're going to let me actually send anybody over. So now that's also a little bit puzzling, I'm not gonna lie. Don't quite understand that one. Maybe I have to wait for these guys to actually arrive. That could be. Not these guys. The ones that are moving. Also, I should be improving my decryption and other stuff. Yeah, we'll see what happens in Indonesia. I'm just not feeling particularly confident here. Okay, let's rescue our operative. Right, we should get some people who are actually good at their job, maybe. Naval logistics would be really nice. Okay, here we go. We have some units. They can push into Batavia. Okay, artillery's done. The thing is, like, yeah, it's kind of the end of the game at this point. Like I didn't really get the opportunity to do what I wanted, but maybe that's my fault for playing historical. My bad.
What's the go?
Okay, so how do you guys actually capitulate? Is that enough? That is not nearly enough. Well, see, that's the thing. That's the thing, though. Because we can't do naval invasions. That's the thing. We don't get to do naval invasions when these wars kick off.
Yeah. Righto.
It's a very frustrating part of the civil war system as Australia. Like, the fact that we aren't joining these wars is kind of a major issue for how this works out gameplay-wise.
Attention.
Because sure, okay, great. So we brought our guys over to Indonesia. Oh, okay. Let me try something very desperate. I don't know if this is going to work. Because yeah, we bring our guys over, sure. Go over here actually. But the problem is that even if we can bring them over, we are not allowed. We are physically barred from doing any naval invasions in these wars because we have volunteers. We're not actually at war, so we're not allowed to, you know, actually do naval invasions.
All set.
Oh, hold on. Pause. I might be about to eat my words here. Forgot there was an actual connection, so we might be able to pull this off. But if we can't capitulate the Dutch East Indies by taking over Sumatra and Java,
Ready, boss.
then it is fully cooked at that point. Kind of like this. If we can't take over all of the Dominion of New Zealand, then Aotearoa does not get to have their stuff back.
What's the go?
Now, we don't really have
Attention.
a lot of supply here, so we're going to have to go for the ports. Kind of just coping. Hoping that we can actually do something. We do want advanced cruisers as well. Let's see if we want to build maybe one carrier to replace some of the old ones. The old ones are decent, because at least, you know, it's better to have carriers than no carriers, but... What am I doing? I can just do this. I don't think we really need this, but we do want that, and that's fine, and that's fine. But yeah, I mean, if we can somehow manage to build a carrier that is better than the other ones, then that would be cool. That would be neat. So let's see if we can just do that. 1945. Yeah, it's over. We are never finishing this carrier. Buy from the Soviets, actually. You know what? Maybe I'll get rid of my attaché at this point. China is still fighting. Somehow. But whatever, we're gonna be actually at war with Japan soon.
Attention.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Our troops are just like not
Good to go.
well supplied here. What if I do this? Bring you towards here. Maybe that'll be better for you. Oh, maybe don't do that. So I guess I kind of just have to be at war with the Allies and Japan at the same time.
Righto. Get going.
Don't know if there's another way to try and do this.
Yeah, nah, yeah.
Simply too many units in here. I mean, good for them, they can defend against the Japanese, but... It's so cooked. Can I at least bring you into my faction? That's maybe the other part that's kind of... It's a little bit silly about this focus tree, is that you have all these things to create uprisings, right? So who actually wants to join my faction? Nobody. Nobody actually joins your faction.
We're copping it.
We get a faction that nobody can join and civil wars that can never end. This is peak, I think. How do I get my front line on this?
Ready, boss.
Is there no front line here? I guess we're just gonna have to walk. Walk in there instead.
Oi, listen up.
That seems like a good idea. Okay, so I don't actually have to leave right now. It can be another 10 minutes, but... I'm not gonna lie. These are not gonna be the most confident 10 minutes of my life. Oh, I also barely get any supply. I'm not even in the war. I barely get supply. I can't do naval invasions. Okay, so my advice to anybody who wants to do this... I was gonna be cheeky and say don't, but actually just declare war goals. Like, just declare war on the Allies. It'll make your life so much easier, probably. Now, we're gonna go beat up Japan first. It's so weird that it gives us claims on the Japanese home islands.
All set.
I don't know why it does that. Like, it's not a puppet war goal or anything. It's just claims on the Japanese islands. I guess it lets you do a little sneak attack. Alright, Battle of the Ocean. Take claimed state. Sure, I guess it only takes 15 days, so... Oh, am I... No, I'm not at war with you, okay. I was gonna say, am I at war with these guys? I don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, these are not Marines. That's not gonna work very well. Hey, you know what? We tried. We gave it a shot. I just don't think the mechanic is very good. At the very least, can I trade? Yes, I can trade with the Democratic People's Republic of... Well, no, it's just the People's Democratic Front. I would like to buy oil from you, actually, instead of from the Soviets, because you are closer. Same thing with some aluminum. I would like to buy that. And not from the Netherlands. You have steel too? Not really. Shoot, I always have no steel. Can I get more? I cannot get that focus, I don't think. 3 infrastructure in Northwest Australia and my firstborn child, and then yes, we can get some steel. Sure. Then maybe I just need to build more infrastructure.
Ready, boss.
Okay, yeah, we're going to try and crush Japan. We'll see if this even works. But even if I do start this war, I'll only be playing it for another, like, maybe 10 minutes. Here, give me 1 second. Alright, yeah, screw it. We're going to war with Japan. It's a little late, but we're doing it. So, now that I'm at war, can I please have my volunteers back? Oh, I do get them back. Let's go. Alright, perfect. These guys are cooked. Good luck to them. Alright, so we're at war with Japan, finally. We're gonna start by going into the Philippines, I think. So I do get some of my units back. I don't know why
All set.
you're assigned to these guys. Or what's even happening here.
Boss.
Why do you only have 18 max? How are you so bad at your job? Okay, let's get somebody who doesn't have 18 max.
Good to go.
Okay, and then my volunteer forces are going to take forever to come back. But we can go grab our navy, and we're going to go ship hunting, I think. So presumably, we want to patrol maybe? Or do I want some units to patrol? And then the rest is the strike fleet. I'm not even sure exactly how you want to go about doing this. But you know what? Screw it. We're going to do a patrol around here in Japan. This seems very ineffective. Maybe I want these ships to... Okay, that doesn't do exactly what I thought it would do. But maybe you guys need to patrol. Maybe I split that in half. H is not the split in half button. D is, okay. So maybe you make this your headquarters. How do I do that? Control right click, home base. Okay, expand your reach, lovely. Go here, control right click. That's your home base. You're gonna be on strike force. Anywhere in this region. Maybe not in here. Yeah, and you guys are gonna be on patrol in the same areas. Invite to faction request from the Soviets. I am not joining the Comintern. Okay, I don't know why you guys still have the red icon on your units when I am not actually at war with you. But okay. So, air wings, heavy air squadrons. I want you to sit here and pilot exercises on some of you, but you are going to do air superiority in the Bismarck Sea at least. These two, I assume I actually do need to engage them on some things, so naval strike and air superiority. Yeah, docking rights. Everyone's gonna ask for docking rights, whatever, sure. Now, how do I get these ships to actually be effective in air combat, or I guess naval combat? Do they automatically do their thing? Do I need to tell them to do anything? Well, I guess they're going to be automatically assigned tasks as soon as the carrier task force is sent out. As for you guys, spy in here, spy in Japan. No steel? Well, that's life. Nobody has steel. Actually, what I should do is go to limited exports, probably. Yeah, everybody can resupply their ports, their ships. Go for it. Wow, I really have no iron at all, or no steel. Building too many ships. Oh, hold on. Naval battle spotted? Okay, this is the moment of truth. If I lose this naval battle, I will be really upset, I'm not gonna lie. Get them, lads. Get them. Yeah. We lost one destroyer, but we took down 2 cruisers. Come on. I want the Yamato on a silver platter. Yeah, there it goes. First battle, Yamato down. 2 more basic cruisers gone. This is peak. You know what? We'll use that too. Sure. The Red Pacific, of course, as it should be. What else do we want here? Research bonus for ships, aircraft, and whatever? I'll take research bonuses, sure. I feel a little bit dumb, actually, because I should have picked these up before doing the last ones, but oh well. I should also probably increase my Navy's flying stats. Now how are we doing with these guys? They're actually looking fine for the most part. Okay, that's good. Actually, I don't think there are that many Japanese planes here. If needed, you can do naval strike, I guess. Long time no see, says somebody who has the tag that says first time chatter. Suspicious. Did you happen to go by a different username in the past? Oh, finally, we do have our guys back. Let's go. Yeah, you need to be here. Well, actually... yeah, you do need to be in charge of this navy, or this army. Naval invasion order. We're gonna go from here. Strike into the Philippines.
Attention. All set.
And you actually belong to this army.
All set.
No, I don't know what happened. Oh, okay. You did unfortunately catch me at a time where I am about to have to leave, unfortunately. But you are witnessing me absolutely annihilate the Japanese Navy. Dear God. First, Yamato, down. Next, Musashi, down. Oh, it's so cooked. It's so beautiful. I mean, cooked for them. Like, I'm having the time of my life right now. The Australian Navy is undefeatable. Nothing's happened war-wise. I really wish a lot more did happen, but unfortunately, we just don't join civil wars that we cause, so that's life. But don't worry, I think soon enough we actually will be able to... yeah, I think we should be able to get ourselves up to enough for a naval invasion here. We should be able to start hopping across, like, the Philippines to start with. Let's not forget to pick this up. We definitely want more range, that's huge. Problem is, I think I need to split up my patrol boats a little more. What's the button? D? Need you to cover more of this. Also, weird naval invasion route. What if we have you guys not on this and instead on this? That should cover the naval invasion route. We do also need to swap to better conscription. Although, funny enough, I think like 200,000 of our soldiers have just come from the weekly manpower. We've gotten so much from the weekly manpower, it's great. Total manpower, 269,000. In the field, 421. This peak. Alright, let's go ahead and drop a little naval invasion. We'll actually get you guys a naval invasion support for that. You need to have that as another region. Are we gonna do this? I think it's just building it up over time. Okay. In theory, building it up over time? Let me see if I can just get my main task force, actually, to be on... Actually, how do I build this up? Sea dominance. Base value from ships on patrol missions plus 250% from strike forces. Oh, okay, so we need to be on strike force. And that'll raise it up. Oh, okay, that makes it a lot faster. Kind of forgot about being able to detect enemy fleets. Are we doing this? We need 1,100 in the Philippine Sea. Clearly, there's a lot going on here. Okay, well, I'm gonna need to bump this up. Oh shoot, did I? I kind of forgot to remove you off of these. Oops. That actually makes a lot of sense. How do I get you all the way up to such a high number? It's a really, really high bar to clear. Oh, hold on. Philippines, we have 325 out of the 0 required, so we should be able to launch this. According to the game, we should be able to launch this right now. Yeah, because we have 341 out of 0 required. Right. Right.
Yeah.
There we go. Agent captured, yeah, it happens.
Orders, boss.
Alright, now I actually want you on supporting naval invasions. So go help them.
Attention.
Alright, time to find out if we can actually do a landing. Nope, that immediately failed. What the hell just happened? No organization. Well, that was really puzzling. What are you feeding these troops? For that to... Well, what even just happened?
Attention. Righto.
These are some fairly decent Marines. Like, this is not a bad division.
All set.
I'm really not sure what just happened there. Well, unfortunately, I don't think I have the time to figure out what just happened there. I might have to leave pretty soon. We'll take that. Okay, let's see if we're allowed to make another landing just once. Just to see what went wrong there. 'Cause I'm really not too sure. Yeah, we'll have to liberate Indonesia ourselves. Yeah, so unfortunately, this whole mechanic that you get as Australia, it's not even worth it. Just like don't even touch it. It's not gonna do you any good. I mean, at least not if you're playing on historical. I don't know, maybe if you manage to pull it off before World War II starts, then sure, maybe. Well, no, even then, I'm not too sure if that would even work. I'll give this one more try before I leave. Just need a little more dominance in the region. I mean, I am pretty happy with our naval performance so far. We did crush 2 Japanese flagships. So, you know, that's cool. We did get to do the thing that I wanted to do. I just wanted to do more. Alright, let's try this one more time. I just want to watch closely and see what went wrong last time. We also need more oil. Get some from the Soviets. That should do it. Yeah, sure. Okay, so let's run this again. I want you guys on naval invasion support so that you'll give shore bombardment with these light cruisers that I've been building up.
Ready, boss.
So let's just take another look at what went wrong. So everybody still has organization. We're going to slow this down a little bit. Everybody still has org. Okay, you should be on naval bombardment now. So what are we looking at? Terrain is minus 38%. Modified to 28%. No, it should be higher than that. Low supply. Low supply. Oh, is it a supply issue? Did they update naval invasions in a way that I wasn't aware of? Do you need to, like, have beachhead supply? Is that something that I don't know about? Streamer lacking critical information, etc.? Because last I checked, your naval invasions just automatically had supply.
Orders, boss.
I guess they don't now. Wow, we lose supply instantly. They must have changed something. I don't know what they did, but this is very different from when I last played HOI4. You run out of supply within literally 3 hours. Yeah, that's gonna make fighting a lot more difficult. I'm not gonna lie, that does make it a lot harder. Okay, so maybe they changed it so that those little floating platforms you need are like necessary to play the game now? Like maybe you need these. Maybe you actually cannot play the game without these now.
Let's go.
Because yeah, like you instantly lose supply.
Ready, boss.
Usually it would take you at least a little bit first, but now it's
All set.
now it's pretty quick. Okay, well, fortunately I don't have much time after that, so hey, we did manage to do the one thing I wanted to, which was blowing up the Japanese Navy, so I can be happy about that, I guess. Yeah, so these troops are cooked. I mean, I can't really do a naval invasion, so.
All set. Ready, boss.
What if I just go and grab this? Maybe that'll do it. It's one of the big things they add doesn't work. I genuinely have no idea. Like, I don't even know how to begin to describe what does or doesn't work right now.
Orders, boss.
We are well outside of my area of expertise.
Let's go. Yeah. Righto.
But yeah, I figure at this point it's just a little bit cooked. Please, I just want a few more Japanese ships. Oh, they're gone. Oh, what the hell? Did you nuke them? Is that what just happened?
Shift it.
Well, now I can't even fight Japanese ships. Oh, well. Japan's gone. Congrats, we won, guys. Alright. We're just gonna call it here for today. I think I actually had a lot more fun designing ships than I had fighting the war. Which is saying a lot. Alright, well, that's that. That is some Hearts of Iron 4, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back with a game at some point that is not Hearts of Iron 4. I think to everybody's better enjoyment. Alright. Cool. We're gonna call it there for today. How about that? That was certainly an experience. Probably would have had more fun if I just played Historical Australia, but that's life. Alright, I don't have that much time for a sign-off today, so we're gonna just, we're gonna call it, I think. Unless there's anybody streaming in particular on Twitch. And then we can do a little raid and then move on. But I don't think there is. I don't think so. Yeah, no, I don't think so. Okay, well, we're going to call it there for today. Thank you very much, everybody, for being along for this 6-hour journey, our 6-hour yearly journey into Hearts of Iron 4. Who knows if we will be back for it at some point in the future. If they do add that Canada DLC, I will be there. But until then, we'll see. How about more EU4 and Benar? How about we play some more of that? We'll get back to that next week. I haven't played the Sangji playthrough in a while. Oh, and also EU5. Need to do that too. So look forward to that. I don't think I can do a stream tomorrow. Yeah, because I think I have to finish doing other things. I have to finish recording other stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and... Oh, right, sorry. Saturday, there will be a stream. If you remember, we did that one Subnautica 2 stream, I think it was 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, with Lady Saffron, Chiwa, and Razor. We're going to go back and continue that playthrough on Saturday, so look forward to that. Sunday, I may or may not have time for a stream, but I may or may not also be working on a video, so we'll see about that. But until I see you next, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, and that's kind of it, actually. Bye, bit.